Hello, I'm so glad you're here. And with us today on today's episode about demographics and branding, I have an enormous panel of experts. So, are you ready? Hold on to your hats. We have the lovely and amazing Barrett. Yay! And we have the fantastic Nia. And guess who popped in? It's Robert. We caught a wild one. And then, of course, your favorite, my favorite, everyone's favorite, Zara also came. But can we have a show? Can the show be complete without Tom, my brother and lovely technical producer? Yay, everyone is here. It's going to be fantastic. Other people may show up or they may not. I have no idea what's going to happen. Here's what I know. I would love to just jump ahead and get into intros just because we have so much to talk about. I don't want to forget that. So would anyone like to start? Nope, nobody. Everybody's like,
wants to start.
I know. Sometimes I feel like a teacher of like, am I going to have to actually pull out the little cards of like calling on students randomly?
I just feel like I always start, so I wanted to give someone else an opportunity to.
I don't think we're that kind of group. Too.
I can go first.
Okay.
All right. Hi, my name is Zara Hoffman. I'm the self-published author of 5, soon to be 6 novels. They are young adult paranormal romance and new adult sci-fi romance. And I make videos about writing and musical theater in addition to holding a lot of writing sprints.
Yay. Thank you. Who's next? Anybody?
Oh, I'll go.
Okay.
My name is Robert Jones. My channel is The Story Detective, where we break down everything story-oriented, put it under a Sherlockian microscope, break down the facts, and give it to the viewers so they can make their craft journey easier. I have worked for Marvel Comics, DC Comics, Dark Horse Comics, pretty much all the comics. And so I have a history in publishing in big companies, and a certain degree of marketing and branding goes along with that, which we'll be talking about today. I am working on my novels to self-publish, which will either be end of this year or by early to mid next.
Thank you, Robert. Okay.
All right, I'll go.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Nia, the Vixen of Fiction, here on YouTube, and I'm also on Twitch and on Instagram under the same name. I am an aspiring writer of fantasy, sci-fi, and historical fiction. I am currently working on a webcomic to go with my novella. You can catch me here. I do live streams on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Thank you, Nia.
Okay, I guess I have to.
It's time.
Hi, everybody. My name's Barrett Laurie. Over on my channel, we talk books and butt stuff. Books is writing them, craft. I like to talk with authors on live streams about their books or their short story collections and visit about their process. And also, I do videos specifically on Crohn's disease and chronic illness. So those are my 2 lanes. And if you're into those sorts of things, come over to my channel and hang out with me and my people.
Thanks, Barrett. Doll, are you with us?
Yeah.
Doll, are you ready to do an intro of any kind?
Sure.
Okay. All right, you're here. Let's go.
Hello there, humans. I am Del Cecile Bruno. I'm a partially blind author of sci-fi, poetry, and short stories in multiple genres. My YouTube channel is currently taking a break, but if you want to check out my content, you can find some of my short stories in audio format over there. And if you want to follow me and see what's happening in there here and now in real time, you can follow me on Instagram at Del Cecile Bruno.
Thank you, Doll. I was eating an octopus hot dog, y'all. Anyway. Oh, me, yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Glory. And if you don't know, you've wandered onto my channel, and I'm so glad you're here. Today, we are talking about, on the Writers Roundtable, we're going to talk about unlocking your demographics, both for your readers as well as your genre demographics. And then we're going to talk about how that plays into branding. It's going to be great. We do this every Monday. Tom, I know Tom would prefer if I forget him, but I just want to point out, hey, this is Tom, and he has an Instagram account called Tom's Hot Takes. There will be book reviews. It'll be fun. There, I'll take him out of it there. I know, he's like, stop torturing me. I've been so nice to you today. I mean, y'all, he made me little deep fried Hebrew National octopus. Okay.
Nice.
So, that's love. Nice. Because I wasn't feeling well. So, as you can see, this panel is amazing. And so Tom and I pretty much are like, we really don't need to say much. But that said, I figured I would actually talk about how I found out my demographics, because that might be somehow important to other people about understanding why this episode actually is important, why the people who showed up today have showed up to talk on this panel, because they just so genuinely believe this is such an important subject to talk about. So I've written for newspapers, regional magazines, a few websites, and what I found out inadvertently is that I have two core demographics. These are my two demographic loyal readers. They will follow me to the ends of the earth. They will read anything I write, including things that are not necessarily in their interest, because they just like my writing voice. And what it is that I have learned through feedback. Middle-aged men and young women between the ages of 15 and 25, 26, somewhere in there, for the most part. Those are my two core loyal demographics. They will follow me anywhere. And so that means that whatever I write, I try to throw them a little fan service. So for my middle-aged men, I always try to throw in a dad joke because they love it. And for my young women, I tend to throw in a little bit of that sort of neurotic, anxious inner talk where I then talk myself in and talk myself out of, even as a character. And they love it because they can relate. So that is like part of my loyal reader demographics that I found out just purely from feedback from people reading my works. And because I could actually talk to them, they'd run into me. They would tell me what they thought. And that was like the two groups that stood out. But ultimately, also, there is a third group, and it is, how would we put it? Gabies, little gay babies, queer babies.
Baby queers.
People who newly discover queers. Thank you, baby queers and baby gays. When they newly discover themselves, and they're on essentially kind of on a personal journey, that is when they also suddenly find out how much they love my writing voice, and I've gotten that feedback a lot. So pretty much we figured out that anybody who's essentially starting a new chapter in their life is very interested in my particular writing voice, my particular writing style, and it doesn't matter what I'm writing about. Genre demographics are a little different. So with your romance stuff, there are certain demographics that are specific to your particular romance. So YA romance, their demographics are a little different from, say, middle-aged romance, or yes, there is, it's not a nice word, but let's say geriatric romance, elderly romance. It's terrible. But your older folks romance, the demographics are a little bit different. Your fantasy romance, sci-fi has their own demographics. So knowing what that is when you're going to write in that genre is rather important, so that the people who love that genre are getting what they are expecting, and that you kind of have a clue who they are.
I am struggling with the... Sorry, I hear myself. Yeah. Okay, I'm struggling with the finding my demographics because I write sci-fi, but just sci-fi, no romance. No, I would never label my sci-fi a sci-fi romance because I don't want angry readers. So I don't know where to find my demographics, because a lot of the general advice that I find free on YouTube is geared towards genre, whatever, romance, paranormal romance, sci-fi romance, contemporary romance, romance, and nothing against the genre. It's just that I just don't happen to write it much. I did it once.
Sarah, you're muted, sweetie.
So I plugged in headphones and then it changed.
Oh, okay.
I would say that actually, I think as a reading, like the whole world of readers is actually more aimed at, like, if you're talking about sci-fi versus sci-fi romance, there are so many more sci-fi readers who don't want anything to do with sci-fi romance.
Agreed.
And I think sci-fi romance is actually a very small niche.
Yes.
And normally it's erotica. And there's nothing against that, again.
Nothing.
But, like,
No, same.
But like like my trilogy that I'm finishing, the third book comes out July 6th. I call it sci-fi romance because there is romance in it, but as I was writing it more, I was like, you know what? Actually, I think this is like romantic sci-fi, which means there's more sci-fi than romance. But like the point is that mine has romance in it because people know me as a romance author, even though I started with normal romance, and I have stories that are planned that aren't going to be romances, but I am still a romance author. But I'm not worried when you're like, I read sci-fi, no romance. I don't know where to find readers. I'm like, there are readers for you.
Trust me, there are readers.
Haven't found them yet.
Yeah,
I have not found them because I'm stupid. That's
no.
I would not
You
say
just
that.
your work just has to get out there.
AuthorTube is very like there are people who are going for traditional publishing, but if you're talking about AuthorTube as a whole, it is pretty skewed toward, although we're getting better as you can see on screen, but like straight white women who write romance and want to self-publish it, and whether that's young adult or adult. But there are people who write fantasy and sci-fi on AuthorTube. There are people who are not white and are not white women, and AuthorTube is getting more diverse. I think the pandemic helped a lot with that, and I think there are things that can help you find what you're looking for, doll. I think it just seems that there isn't any space for that on AuthorTube because you are unique in that it's not like the main flavor of AuthorTube, but also all the people on this screen and other places are willing to support you because we want to hear different stuff.
Right,
and your stuff sounds cool.
And I think sci-fi and fantasy are, particularly sci-fi, is smaller anyway. But on YouTube, on YouTube here and AuthorTube, it seems even smaller. But I believe that there's more of a demographic out there to read sci-fi without romance. Trust me, I write sci-fi. My sci-fi has some romance and some relationships. I focus more on the relationships than I do on the science, but I am a Trekkie, so I do like the science. So it's very blended. But I do worry sometimes that that sci-fi readers will think there's too much relationship because it's friendships and relationships in it when they just want the science and blow stuff up.
Same thing. There might not be like romance, like will they get together? But there's a lot of character dynamics, like family dynamics.
I mean, I love that in any genre. So like,
same.
So
you'll find your people.
Actually, I was going to say was getting back to what we were talking. I can't remember if it was last week on the show or if it was just afterwards. Your story also can definitely be marketed under paranormal.
That was last week during the show, but also probably after I left.
And that is actually, it's a different demographic, even though the story is still the same. But the marketing and where that demographic group is a different location. And admittedly, that demographic, okay, I'm going to get in trouble on this one, definitely has more Latinos interested in it than Caucasian.
Okay. You mean the magical surrealism or magical realism?
Oh, magical realism. And paranormal has more Latino interest as a demographic. It just shows you where you have just different cultural preferences and how they approach the same situation. Like your story, eventually it'll come out and we can actually show people all the details. Has sci-fi elements, but it also has paranormal elements.
It's very blended. You
can see where it's just about marketing, how you want to talk about the story will change which kind of demographic is interested in it, even though it's the same story. both groups would probably find their own things that they really are interested in about it. But it's, you know, just like we've talked about in our next Getting Excited About Movies, one episode is what was it? Feminist movies, even misogynist like or something is what we were joking about the title.
Yes.
And like a case in point that most people know about is the movie Jennifer's Body with Megan Fox, which was marketed towards teenage boys.
Oh.
And the story, though, was very much for women. It was very much about female empowerment. And so it got panned everywhere because it was the wrong group. It's a great movie.
Feminist horror films, including Jennifer's Body, The Craft, Final Girls, and Slumber Party Massacre. We were going to call it "It's Hard Being a High School Girl."
Yeah,
I mean that is true.
It's a great story, but if you market it towards the wrong group, they're gonna be like, "Nah, what's?"
That's my fear. That is my fear, to market to the wrong crowd or not finding the right crowd or like just struggling.
And that's why, and that's why you'll see with a lot of big budget movies, they'll have multiple trailers with very distinct, different approaches to them because they're trying to reach different audiences and prepare them for the story they're about to watch in the way they want to watch it.
There's a YouTube channel that does this, the different genre trailers for each popular movie.
Editing is everything.
I don't remember the name of the girl or her channel, but she does that and like trailer, like Harry Potter in 7 different genres, or
editing is everything.
Editing is everything.
Yep.
Okay,
she's a video editor, and I have seen one of hers, and it was fantastic. I
think she did 50 Shades of Grey as a comedy.
Yeah, she did like 7 or 8 genres of 50 Shades of Grey just based on the material that was available. And like it was like a horror film, and then it was a rom-com. It was weird, but it was fantastic. I loved
comedy,
so
funny.
And that's why that's why it is so important to find your demographic. Who are the type of people who are actually interested in it, and then how do you get them to understand why they should be interested? And so Glory's real demographic is people with new beginnings, and it's all right. Who has new beginnings? And it's tends to be girls and women in their late teens and early 20s.
Nice.
And proverbial men in their midlife crisis. Again, they're just like they've already done the parts of their life they planned out and they got there, and now they're realizing, well, what's next? I've already done that. And so again, they're ready for a new beginning. And the same thing for we're talking about
what about
queers.
a woman in her midlife crisis?
It's just with the feedback that I got. That's all. It was just simply the people who were decoupaging my articles to the refrigerator were not middle-aged women. Literally, I had more than one person tell me that they had taped, glued, or somehow affixed my articles, even from different publications, to their refrigerator so they could read an article every day before they went out into the world. And they were galvanized. And I'm like, and then when it turned out to be more than one person told me the same story, I was like, people are doing things to their fridge I was not aware of. I don't know what's going on. I mean, they seem cool. They seem fine. It just was like, what? Okay, I'm glad it helps. But yeah, this was like a thing. This was a thing going on around here for a while, was people were decoupaging their fridge with my articles, and I don't know why, but
I know in the book launch planner by Mandy Lynn, and a lot of places online, if you search, especially if you're self-publishing, they recommend you come up with like an ideal reader profile or something, or like a reader avatar, or what they call them, many different things. But basically, you're trying to figure out what a specific person who would like your book also likes, so then you can figure out how to appeal to other people who might be similar to them. So some of those things are like, what genres do they read? What genres do they dislike? Who are their favorite authors? How would an ideal reader describe your book to a friend? So like you want to know what you're aiming for your audience to think about your book and things like that. And it's a little bit like a comp title thing, which I know you are still working on. But you don't need it to be an exact copy, and you don't necessarily only want sci-fi readers to read it. If you think, people who like some paranormal elements might like it too, but you don't want to market a book necessarily as sci-fi paranormal or paranormal sci-fi, because that'll get a very small group of people. But if you market it as sci-fi to a group of sci-fi readers and paranormal to paranormal readers,
right, it's like separate marketing.
Then you get the bigger group, and then hopefully people in both of those groups will like the book.
Yeah, this feels so weird because, like Tom said about like Latino interest, well, one of them happens to be Latina, the other we don't even know what he is because no one knows what he is, but let's assume Caucasian. Let's assume. And and so it's funny because it's like a blend of the two. Just the story on its own is like a blend of demographics in itself.
And yeah, both markets would probably end up finding to like it, but you have to approach them differently.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like two trailers.
Yeah. Well, I have some thoughts on this, but first, in terms of demographics, mine is kind of a mixed bag. If I look at social media in terms of my writing discussions, it's about 60 to 70% women. They range from about 25 up, and there's a smaller group between 18 and 25 that watch my writing videos. When it comes to my professional career in comic books, I would say at one point it's probably 70 to 80% guys, but that's switching up. And on the other hand, there's Star Wars, which again in the 80s may have been guys, but now the women are expanding in that group as well, and the whole thing is changing. Now, if you want to look at AuthorTube, yes, it's very small in terms of sci-fi. But in terms of saying sci-fi is a small market, I disagree entirely. There are so many different aspects to sci-fi. And let's take Star Wars for an example. There are millions of people who are fans, both
Star Wars fans, yes.
And this comes under, science fiction, space opera. But what do you have? You have a group of Jedi, which is kind of a religion, which is a paranormal religion. They're projecting themselves with this thing called the Force. And it's very popular to millions of people. So when you have people projecting themselves in a out-of-body experience and learning to use that as an assassin or whatever is going on in these trainees, you pretty much have an academy for something that's kind of similar, and there is a huge market.
Yeah, it could be related to like people who like Star Wars could maybe like my thing because there is some kind of connection. But yeah, I'm just like not knowing like where to do the research or how to make my content appear to the people that are supposed to like my stuff. So that will be my question for the entire panel is like, how do you find?
Well, no. So, Doll, I think first of all, so you're in the same boat that I'm in. I think Mia's in too, where we're not published yet. So you have a product that no one's seen. So, like, if I put my business school hat on and I'm walking through this with you, if you were one of my kids in office hours, and we were talking through how to find a demographic for your as yet shown to the world product, then that's what we're doing here. And so the going and finding the audience is going to be done partially by your publisher and your agent. Lots of people are going to be involved in that when the time comes. But the part that we're talking about now is who are you
for indie?
Well, no, just you individually as the author, right? You yourself are the brand. And what you're putting on your social media channels is your content that is drawing people to you to eventually say, I really am interested in Doll, and I really want to see that first book when it drops. I need to make sure I'm on pre-release, right? Or whatever, or pre-order, whatever it is. That's the goal. So it's more about identifying, while your story is important, and definitely when we're talking queries, we need an idea for who you're targeting with sci-fi. I think in the big picture now, it's more, who are you as a brand? And then what demographics are you targeting as that brand? Like with your Instagram you're the queen of Instagram. We DM all the time about it.
Yes.
So
Yes, we had that lovely meeting backstage afterwards last week
time.
where we all were like taught by Doll.
but that's demographics, right? You know how to target that. So that's what we have to figure out is like what you're killing in Instagram. You just have to translate to whatever your other thing is you want to grow. If it's YouTube, whatever it is, and then you're building the buzz for the product, for the thing
Right.
that will come out in the future. That
when an agent decides to give me the time of day. Yeah.
I mean, when they do it for you, have them call me. So we'll all put our names on that list.
Right. No, but yeah, that's okay. So that would be a question for the entire panel. Is like, how brand identity then? Because I think I have one, and then I'm not sure.
Your intro, your pitch where you're the blind ace alien. I'm gonna butcher it really badly, but what you say or you used to say, because I haven't actually heard you say it too often since you've been on these streams with me on Glory and Tom's panels and stuff. But that is a brand, and you have it visually on Instagram. But what you say in that very short intro is your brand, and that's why people are interested in what you have to say. The blind ace from space. There we go.
Yeah.
Megan got it correctly in the comments, and I was like,
Megan's got our back.
Yes, I was like, I'm getting this wrong because I haven't heard her in a while, and I apologize.
Brilliant.
But the same way that and this is also where sometimes people consider pen names if they write in different genres or for different age groups, like Jennifer Lynn Armentrout. She writes as Jennifer L. Armentrout for a young adult, and J. Lynn for adult romance, and then what does she write her new adult under? It's one or the other, and I think she also might have created a third version of her name for it, where it's Jennifer or Lynn. Maybe she did her full, whatever. But the point is if you go to her website, she lists her books by series. Or, but if you look at a book and you're like J. Lynn, and you happen to know that it's also Jennifer Lynn Armentrout, but you know that it's a different name, which means I should have different expectations. The same way that Kate Kavanaugh is a pen name for Kate, and then she has another romance pen name, but she said that she will never share with the YouTube community because she wants to know how well her romance does on its own without everyone who's a fan of her YouTube channel going over to see how it's doing.
Yes.
So I personally am writing all over the freaking place under my own name, Zara Hoffman, with the romance books and non-romance books, but I do have a pen name for darker types of stories, and things that I don't want associated with my real name if an employer were to look it up. And that's okay, but that means that while I'm still me, and it's not like I have multiple personalities in a diagnosable way, I'm not going to necessarily talk about all the same stuff under one persona as the other persona, because don't want to bring that dark stuff into things that people are coming to Zara Hoffman for, which is very light. And sometimes I'm a little bit not rude, but tough love to my writer friends, where I'm like, you need to come up with better excuses to not do the thing because I want you to do the thing and you want to do the thing. So just do the thing.
Yeah.
Versus my other pen name, which is a lot,
that's good for other reasons as well, though. If you're writing children's books or middle grade books, but you're also writing adult or erotica or whatever, you don't want those kids to be looking you up and come across your very adult romance.
Or their
books,
parents who will
buy the books. Exactly. So it's very good, especially if you're going to be doing a huge range, to go ahead and get those pen names and have your public name or public pen name, and then have the other ones that you just kind of.
Well, I will say also in library land, having multiple pen names or multiple names that you write under, or variations even, can be useful because it keeps your works from having various genres then being combined into one section. So if you write romance, but you also write science fiction, since for the most part, those demographic, those readers do not mix. They don't like to mix. They get mad at each other. It is very advantageous to have two different variations, even of the same name, so that libraries do not put them in the same section together. Because a lot of libraries have just fiction. And so the only way then to separate is to essentially write under two different last names, so that your books will be in two different sections of the fiction section and not combined, thereby confusing your readers and upsetting them.
I will
And
say,
stories behave very similarly in that respect too. So again, it can be useful.
and like it's like semi-famously or infamously, for sci-fi, because it was for the longest time primarily male readers, and male readers are notorious for not liking anyone who's not a male to write. That's not something new.
Yep.
A lot of writers purposefully go under their initials for their names besides their last name. So like for yours, it would be DC Runo.
Which sounds great.
Great, but the thing is that when I started, before I put like the little Bitmoji all over the place, I just had a logo, so it was neutral, and I was like, I wanted. That's the reason why I chose this pen name. Is could be a gender neutral name. Now, obviously not, because I'm a woman and everybody knows it, and I don't give a damn anymore. But when I started, that was my biggest fear, so that's why I ended up with this name. I researched it, the meaning and all that, and I was like, it is a male name,
Yeah,
but it could be female in some cultures. So, yeah, cool. but that was the reason.
But it's also why there's also a lot of male sci-fi writers who also go under their initials for their first one. So it's not just an obvious, only women do this trait. So that's why a lot of just sci-fi, you'll see initials for their first name, and you just see their last name.
Both sci-fi and fantasy, because you have
C.S.
Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yeah,
everyone hates her, but J.K. Rowling. If there's a very good, it's an unofficial biography, kind of. It's called Magic Beyond Words, and it has a famous actress playing her, and basically it's about her journey of like starting to write the first Harry Potter book, and then getting published, and it like goes through like the premiere of the first movie, and in it the actor who's playing her agent is like once she gets the agent, obviously, is like boys won't read books by girls. So do you want to consider doing initials? And she's like, I don't have a middle name to initial, and then they show how she comes up with it, but it's so kind of everyone does it in that genre. Not everyone, but it isn't just like, if you have initials, you're telegraphing to people that, I am a woman writing in this genre. Yeah. But I'm trying to pretend that I'm not. Men also do it.
Even R.L. Stine did it because the things he wrote that were comedic for Scholastic, I think he wrote under Bob Stein or something to that effect. He actually wrote, even though he stuck to elementary and middle grade writing for most of his career until, he did a little bit of high school age suspense and thriller. He had, I think, something like at least 6 different variations on his name that he wrote under for each genre or section, because it was a way for kids to be able to tell the difference. So it's just a courtesy sort of thing we do for readers, just to make it easier for them to understand just follow this exact name for this genre and this kind of writing. I won't mix it up. And then this will be my name for this kind of writing. So it's just something people do, and they've been doing for at least 70, 80 years now. Originally, men were as their name were initials because, how shall I say this? Men of lower class families were trying to hide this fact, where they had names that were more common. And so in order to, in order to make it a little bit harder for people to figure out that they were not, of the yachting set, they would use initials for their first, couple names, and some of them would even make up middle initials. They would just make it up because they didn't have any. And
Yes.
that is how it's been for like over 100 years in America. So there was an original reason why men were doing it. And frankly, from what I've understood from some authors, there's a reason why men still do it. And it's because they feel like their name does not set them apart, or it is similar to another writer and they don't want to be confused. Or for whatever reason, they don't really like their name. And so they don't want people to be saying that all the time.
Famously, in America, Civil War General Ulysses S. Grant. What does S stand for?
Nothing.
S.
Nothing. It doesn't stand for a thing.
He just gave it to himself so it would sound better.
He was
It would
right.
look better when he signed.
Yeah, it worked.
I think Ulysses Grant works, but I get it,
Well, it turns out actually
nothing wrong
there's
with
several Ulysses
Grant,
Grants.
but Ulysses
Yeah.
S. Grant sounds great.
Yeah.
Certain. But it was something that the upper middle class and upper class were doing, was giving their children middle names, versus if you were, of the working class, you just got a first and last name and then you got a nickname. And that's how it was over 100 years ago in America, and to some degree in Britain as well, and to a lesser degree in more of Europe. So it was seen like, well, you don't have a middle name. Oh, so you're one of the poors. And it would
because middle names normally were descended from family and showed lineage.
That's
and
where
things
your
like
mother's maiden name would come in, or some other, essentially whoever had more money would get, dibs on the surname, and then whoever was the secondary would get dibs on the middle name, and so on and so forth. It's all about money. And if ain't nobody got any money, you just have a first and last name because the law requires it. I guess. I mean, it's kind of weird. America is an odd place, I have to say. So we've got, the chat is just blowing up. By the way, hello to everyone. We've got new people, and it's lovely to see you. I'm sorry, we just jumped right in. That's how much everybody was like raring at the bit, just let me in, Glory, just let me in. And I'm like, okay, we'll just go for it. But yes. So anyhow, demographics, how we doing?
I wanted to talk about young adult. Oh, sorry.
No, actually, I was say was let's talk about the people on here have figured out for their demographics. Like, what have they noticed?
I have a couple of AuthorTube thoughts as well, since we're mainly talking to AuthorTube, and there's a couple of things that nobody ever talks to. It's like the invisible elephant in the room, and that's that there is a big difference between self-publishing and traditional publishing, and that when you're self-publishing, you are a small business. Sidebar. Everybody wants to be the authorpreneur, thinking you're going to be an entrepreneur. It's like a new catchphrase, but you're not that. An entrepreneur is someone who donates capital to a cause that most businesses wouldn't take a risk on. Nobody here is doing that. You're a small business person. And small businesses diversify. If you come out with just YA fiction and you put all your eggs in that basket and it doesn't work, your basket implodes. So coming out with different genres, different pen names like we're talking about for people who are self-publishing, I think is important, because that's a small business rule. If you don't diversify, you don't know what's going to catch on. And your chances of catching on are much better if you actually are a genre hopper and come out with become your own self-publishing company. You're going to put out not just one thing. When I see small presses even saying, I'm going to publish horror, well, great, but you're going to come out with a sub-name to your company and you're going to produce something else, right? Otherwise, what if it doesn't work? You might be on tomorrow. Every small business I've ever worked for, from comics to anything else, has said, diversify or you could be dead tomorrow.
Yeah. I feel like there are people who say, oh, you shouldn't write in multiple genres. You should establish yourself in one first before switching. And there is it makes sense that if their first genre does catch on, then you want to have a backlist for readers to be able to read if they find you later on, or, so that they can be excited for your next book. So you have quote unquote reliable income that you can expect for your next book. But at the same time, I totally agree with what Robert said, and that's obviously what I'm doing. But I think what's interesting about young adult is that even though Hollywood has kind of taken very similar types of young adult stories, even though at first glance you might be like Twilight and Hunger Games, what they have in common aside from a very annoying love triangle. There are things that a lot of people view as just young adult that don't account for a lot of the changes that have been happening in the past 3 to 5 years, where it's a lot more diverse and a lot more inclusive and a lot more interesting, in my opinion. But also young adult is it's like an age category that people move through but then still love, versus I feel like and on here, because we're all friends with Glory, who's a librarian and loves middle grade, like we also tend to like middle grade on here, and it's getting better than it was when like we were younger, although I do think like the Golden Compass and books that are quote unquote middle grade that existed before the category existed are still amazing. Is that you have people who are young adult readers who are no longer young adults. And if you wanted to like assign a demographic to them, you'd be like, oh, they're new adults, which is 18 to 25. And books that are called new adult are normally about characters that age who are dealing with like moving out for the first time or first job, or basically like I literally don't have the support of my parents anymore, even though normally it's like at some point in the book they're going to break down and call their parents because they need help, and Dark Night of the Soul, whatever. But for young adult, I have cousins who are like in their late 30s who still love young adult, and they rely on me to recommend books to them the same way that they're still recommending books to me that like as they're growing up so they're recommending adult books to me, and they were recommending young adult when I was doing middle grade or whatever. So they've always recommended down to me, but they love the young adult category so much that I still recommend up to them, versus I feel like a lot of other categories, you can't have that wide age demographic because people aren't like, if you're not an adult or you're not, you've read all YA, quote unquote, and you're bored with it and then you want something else, you're not really going to read adult unless you're already an adult.
I say, as someone who has read, young adults since for way too many decades, I can tell you what the adult appeal is for young adult and now middle grade. And it's very simple to me. To me, what middle grade was about is I want to read an adventure of, someone's where the author does not get to solve the problems with sex. That has always been my problem with adult contemporary fiction and even adult adventure fiction. A lot of it relies on sexuality to solve seemingly insurmountable problems, and it's like, well, that does me no good in learning any skills, and I get quite bored. And if I want to read about sexuality, I'll go read a romance or an erotica. And that's what the middle grade always kept appealing to me about, was, all right, how do you solve this with social interactions and getting to know people and every other thing, but you can't use sexuality as the tool. And that's why I always was interested in what's popular in middle grade, because we don't have an equivalent in the adult fiction world.
Yeah, I would say this is probably true. And I think a lot of us who liked YA, like we may have aged out of YA, but there's something about the type of storytelling that is YA that we want to go back to, even though like for me, I find myself oftentimes I'm very annoyed with the lead, whoever the lead is, but I have to remind myself I'm an adult reading about a 17-year-old. This 17-year-old is going to act like a 17-year-old, and I need to not be annoyed that the world is falling apart, but she's more worried about how cute this guy is. So I'm like, take a step back. Remember, this character is 17. So new adult needs to be more of a thing. And I think that there needs to be, I was watching a booktuber who was talking about this, but there needs to be more of an adult version of YA. where we actually have to use real world situations to solve the problems, not relying, like Tom said, not relying on sex necessarily.
But also
we-
not just that, but getting real quick, like what we're seeing now, of where people are talking about how, like, why they're changing all the cop shows are suddenly downsizing because everyone's going, cops have never worked that way in my life. I have never had an experience with detectives finding anything in the cases that I had in my life or anyone I've known's life. And again, so you see people in YA, you cannot go to the cops. You cannot rely on them to solve the problems. It is more truer to the reader's experiences versus, we see so much in adult contemporary where, again, they're relying on this idealized perfect world where systems work the way they're supposed to. Otherwise, it's a dystopia. And there's not much in between.
I think the asexual adventure stories are really going to take off in new adult. Honestly, I've seen a few published so far, and I'm expecting quite a few more because I think there's plenty of people who are just not interested in a sexual aspect to an adventure story.
Right. I
agree. I agree. It's like a middle grade type story where you're going on an adventure, but it's adults and not necessarily shoot 'em up space, like
Yeah, just contemporary adult, but there's no romantic element, or at least that's not a way to solve it. It's truly a side story for two side characters.
I had a problem with
moving around.
There was a thriller that I picked up because I was curious about the setting and the author. It was a new author for me, so the setting was great, the premise was great, and halfway through the novel, everything was the romantic story with this random guy that showed up, and it turns out that the guy was also like a double agent, blah blah blah. But there was a lot of like sex involved in the thing, so I was like, where did the premise go? What the heck just happened? And I feel like reading thrillers has become like an excuse to read another romance, but there's a murder going on somewhere or something, and there's a mystery. We have to focus on the mystery again, but let's have some more sex scenes, and I'm like, can you please decide what are you going to write about? Because like I'm conflicted. I don't like this.
If you're not going to be a romantic subgenre, like romantic thriller,
right,
keep your romance out of it. I'm a romance reader. I love it, but sometimes I don't want to read a romance.
I don't like it creeping all over the stories I read. It's like every story that I pick up, every single story that I pick up has a romance, except Kazuo Ishiguro.
If you, versus I like, to me, the proper way to have romance and such involved in your sci-fi and adventure stories, in most of the episodes, occasionally not, but for the most part, was like Futurama, where it's comedic, it's embarrassing, it doesn't function the way the characters are trying to use it, but it's not how you succeed. No one succeeds by sleeping their way through the top. With always Futurama's thing. It could be in there, but it didn't actually distract from the story. Because because even in the story, it's a no. No one wants to be Zap Brannigan.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Tom. That's because that's my problem. It's like when you promise me a mystery, an adventure, something, and you make the romance and sleeping with people take over the entire story, I get mad because that was not what I wanted to read at the time.
Yeah, then it becomes like a sci-fi romance.
Yeah.
Where
versus it could just be on the side. All right, that's fine. But don't have it take over the story.
Yeah. If it's a sci-fi, that needs to be the main, it needs to be the main crux of their story. The majority of your story needs to be about the sci-fi or the paranormal or the mystery.
Yeah, I think science fiction and mystery and things like that, you have love interests, not so much a romance genre fixed into your, you can combine it, but it's harder. And people don't necessarily
let people know what you're...
And you need to have a clear cut line. It's like a Michelle Schusterman video said, when you're not sure of what your main character is and you get caught off balance with this sidekick or somebody who suddenly becomes very important and you're going off on a tangent with that character because they seem more interesting. It's like if you're going down the rabbit hole of romance or sex in a genre that doesn't fit, it's like you're getting caught up with that and your main plot may not be as interesting to you as you thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? The joke in every adventure video game now is, but it started with Zelda. You start the story with, Ganon's going to destroy the kingdom. You have to go rescue Zelda and save the kingdom. And there you are, just doing all these side quests. Don't worry, it'll still be there. And, from a narrative point, it's like, wait, what? So you don't actually have to worry about Ganon? That's just, you're just lying about that part, is what you're really saying? Is how it ends up feeling. You've ruined that sense of tension for your reader that we need to get to the end of this story and adventure in a certain amount of time, and instead, now it's just slice of life.
Yeah, I like what Chandra says. Oh, go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
And I would say, it's right in the rules of your genre. That's what those readers are looking for and wanting.
Yeah, I was just reading the comments. What Chandra said. Yeah,
I love this comment.
Yeah. So then you don't have a romance. You now have a drama or a tragedy. Yes. Like Romeo and Juliet is not a romance. It is a tragedy.
Period.
Yeah. So then, problem solved. But let people know what they're getting into. If they're expecting a romance and you kill somebody at the end, you're going to have a lot of very angry romance readers.
Right.
They're expecting that happy ending. So if you're writing, if it's mostly what it is, so then it's a paranormal. And then what else is there? It's got some mystery. It's got some romance. Let your reader know it's heavy on the romance. You can do that in the blurb by mentioning that there's these two people. If you're mentioning the two people, then that kind of implies to me, ooh, there's something going on with them. I can expect to see this a lot in the story. So I'm not surprised if I'm reading this sci-fi and now these two people are getting together. I'm expecting it because it was in the blurb. They mentioned the two people, kind of figured that out. And I know it's not necessarily a romance, but there's going to be some romance in it. Just when you do your blurb, let us know so that we're not shocked and we're like, well, this started out as sci-fi, but this is really just a romance.
I think also if you're writing in any genre, being able to, in your blurb, identify at least two basic tropes of that genre so that genre readers know they're going to get what they are expecting.
I am terrible with tropes. I will need a lot of help with this.
Like if you're writing fantasy, you better list at least one fantastical creature that they're at least hunting for or something. And then you do need to deliver on at least at some part of the story rather than, I just thought I'd put a griffin on the cover for fun.
Oh my God. There was a griffin over there in that one chapter, remember?
Yeah, it was it had nothing to do with the plot.
Yes. Or unicorns. I used to read anything that had a unicorn on the cover when I was a teen, any fantasy book at all. And I read one Pierce Anthony one that had a unicorn prominently on the cover. There was no unicorn in there. They were hunting a unicorn, and then they did not find a unicorn. They gave up hunting it a third through the book. I was so mad.
Oh, no.
I was like, how dare you, Pierce? How dare you? I almost wrote to him. That was how mad I was. In the early 90s, like mid 90s, I was like, I had a letter. I think it's somewhere. I actually found it recently in a notebook of like rough drafting this letter of you explaining to Pierce Anthony how you construct a fantasy novel to satisfy readers. And it starts with, don't put a unicorn prominently on the cover when there's no unicorn in the actual story. You deliver or you go home.
Deliver or don't publish.
Yep.
So, but like, thankfully, like, I didn't end up actually sending it of like, it's not worth it. It's fine. I think what happened was, the head librarian found a different Pierce Anthony book that had fairies in it. She's like, I've had someone else read it. There are actual fairies. Here you go. She had already checked it out.
Has been vetted.
She already checked it out and did not even ask me. She's like,
It's
here
real.
And so I was like, I guess I could forgive him if there are actual fairies in this.
And I just finished the narc where there are fairies. So if you're interested, I will be reviewing it soon.
Oh, excellent. But yeah, just the blurb, you need to like essentially know what those genre readers are looking for and, you know, promise a delivery, you know, of like, here, I will give you at least one or two of your favorite tropes from your genre. Yeah. You can trust me. I got you covered. I am not Pierce Anthony on a bad day.
You know what I think brings this on? I guess you have to ask yourself if the romance or any other subplot, how does it serve your main plot as a whole? Because if it doesn't, get rid of it.
Exactly.
That comes under the category that a lot of new writers fall under. And that they take that advice with read and write only in one genre. Know everything about it. You should know your genre. But good writing is good writing. And how do you know if your favorite genre author is writing total crap and you don't know what craft is? So you're going to repeat the same mistakes. So you're going to, you know, you're going to throw a romance in there because your favorite author did it. And they did a bad job, like with the unicorn.
Not everything in your book. Not everything in your book needs to be on the cover, but if you have a creature on the cover, I expect that to be either the main character or the main character's like animal companion, who I love more than the human.
Yeah.
It's like part of the, it's like part of the
featured in this
I
story.
feel like there should be a first meeting within the first 25% of the book or the story. Like, that creature better show up. I'm just saying.
It's like part of the blurb to me. Like if I see it, I'm going to expect it. If I read it, I'm going to expect it.
Like the movie Moana, they had Hey is the rooster, and they had Pua the pig, and they had Pua the pig plushies and merch or whatever. You know how much time Pua gets on screen?
Not much.
Not much. And I'm so mad.
He never makes it out of the lagoon or whatever. The little
I was really questioning the marketing decisions on Pua all over the place, and I was like, "But Pua is barely."
I'm like, are they gonna give Pua his own cartoon? Like, what's going on here? That's all. It's a lot of Pua for not a lot in the movie.
Yeah, I mean, he's really cute. He's a really cute pig, I have to admit. But he never makes it on the ocean adventure. He never meets Maui. Yeah, they're just it was a marketing.
He greets Moana at the end of the movie.
Anyway.
I mean, Hey only got on the ship because the kids complained when
Hey
we watched
has autonomy and is out there living his best life, even though it makes no sense to any other living creature on the planet. He's living his best life, and I appreciate that about Hey. So on that note, how about we have a break? Because guess what I have lined up? We're going to have chickens on the 10-minute timer, and I didn't even know we were going to get here. But I feel like this is an excellent point. I had no idea. I did not plan this, but that's what I've got lined up. 10-minute chicken timer. So how about we all have a snacky break? We do the things. We get water. We do all the things. And then I'll meet you back here in approximately 10 minutes, y'all.
All right.
Okay, see you. Beep, 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 beep. Well, how's everybody? Y'all still with us? Made it? Yay.
Yes. I've just started reading through the comments now.
Yes, there's been a lot.
There's
I
a
know.
lot. There's a lot. I'm like, oh, I got
first
back. Like,
off-
what happened?
Yeah, thank you, Zara. You are the one who brings us Moana into our hearts. And in my earworm of a head every time.
You're welcome.
It's been going for like over 10 minutes.
If I have to suffer, other people do too.
Let's see what else. Oh,
You suffer from Moana-itis?
I put a link down below for all my timers that I use on the show. So there is a skew toward 10-minute timers, but there are 20-minute and 15-minute timers in there, y'all. So any timer you see me use, you can always go check that timer playlist and, go to that, get that timer for yourself, add it to your plate, y'all, the good stuff. I just want y'all to know, like, that's where I put them all. If you see any timers you like, please feel free, share the love.
Use them. Yeah.
Definitely. I just wanted to look at chickens today, and
You shouldn't have done that, because now I am like,
yeah, I love, they're such pretty chickens too. I love chickens.
I don't know how, but I would like to be an animal voice actor. So
You could give Alan Tudyk a run for his money.
Yes, I would
Yeah.
agree.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. And thank you, Haley. Yes. Things have been going well on my channels. My numbers have been increasing. So, yes.
Follow Glory on Twitch and get her to affiliate, please, and thank you.
Yes, please.
Yes, I what is it up to? We are I need 18 more followers to make affiliate over
You
on
got
Twitter.
this.
So hoping soon. That would be awesome.
I mean, tomorrow night you're also going to be on my
Yes.
channels for Writing Sprints, you and Tom, and I'm just going to be plugging the Twitch
Yay.
throughout.
Yes.
She's
It's gonna be
close.
exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're also working on doing a 10K day on Twitch, or on both Twitch and
Both.
YouTube.
Both would be great.
Both would
Yeah.
be nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of us are working on a write-a-thon reunion.
We are. We had a lot of fun.
Yes, so yes, thank you all for noticing these things. I always kind of feel I'm not comfortable yet, used to like bragging about my stuff, but
That's why I'm here.
yes, thank you, because
I brag about my friends' stuff, and I'm also like surprisingly okay with bragging about my own stuff on author too. But in real life, I'm like, no.
Yeah. It's kind of hard. It's like, I have happy danced several times about my increase in YouTube subscriber numbers, and Twitch as well, as some of y'all know because you were around when I was like, I just want to celebrate a little bit. But I feel so weird when I'm like, oh, by the way, everybody. So, but yeah, thank you for helping me. So yeah, things are going well. Our 1 year anniversary is coming up in August. So many people have their 1 year anniversary coming up or just passed. It's very exciting.
I'm June 30th.
Right?
Because I joined
Same.
my first video was the day before Camp Nano started.
Yeah. Mine's in October.
Mine's
It
June
was-
mine is
5.
also October.
Preptober.
Yes.
No,
Only
it
1
wasn't a
year.
Preptober. It was a poem. But my very first video was in October, so I suppose that's my anniversary. And I've been around since the end of 2018. Crap, it's been a while.
Yeah.
But I also take several breaks, and I also deal with my demons, and I am currently taking a break. But this entire panel makes me maybe want to come back to author, at least to YouTube, not necessarily AuthorTube as a whole,
Yeah.
but to YouTube, like, hey, I'm a writer, I do YouTube, something.
Yes. Whatever you're comfortable
Look,
with.
whatever you're going to have fun with. If you're not having
Yeah.
fun don't push yourself to do something unless
It's
you know
the
unless they're
demographic.
paying you well.
It's the demographic. After a while, I felt like we were discussing that I don't have a place. It really felt like that after a while. It's like, what am I even doing? Why? And I stopped. I was taking a break. I was like, I don't even belong here. What's my problem?
But
So,
you know,
yeah.
like we said before, are we really supposed to be marketing towards AuthorTube in general or our future readers? I mean, you have to get that ideal reader profile going and market towards that, because unless we can break free of AuthorTube, I mean, if you're lucky enough to get like 20, 30,000 subscribers, and then you do well enough to get that 10% in return when your book comes out, that might be a reasonably healthy page.
But I mean, but that's also why Twitch and YouTube are two different creatures. Like Twitch, you know, we've been talking with a lot more people, and it's, you know, everyone essentially has on Twitch. You keep a single username, and you stream multiple different things on there. But always with, you know, your same user. Versus YouTube is the exact opposite. You make a channel for every niche you are going for, so that people can, you know, aren't distracted by other things and then unsubscribe because they're getting videos for things they have no interest in.
Right.
I mean, I will say that when I started my AuthorTube channel, I had watched Cachet Warren run into that problem where she had a writing channel and then wanted to start doing more like crocheting and stuff, which is something that Mercurial kind of sent the comment. And then Haley saying like, oh, I feel like I need to pull myself back from like being too authentic in brand. But my intro is always, hi, my name is Sarah Hoffman. And then I say the number of books I currently have out, depending on when I'm filming the video. And my outro is like, I make videos about writing and musical theater and probably mental health in the future too. So like I leave my avenues open, and I knew that like I wanted to combine writing and musical theater, but not like writing videos about musical theater. So I went out from the gate being like, this is what I'm going to be covering on this channel with room to grow. So I do think, hi Regina. Regina's using emotes from my Twitch channel. So I do think that like, YouTube is a lot more punitive when it comes to the algorithm if people subscribe to your channel for one thing and get content that they weren't expecting. But it is possible to set the expectation for multiple things on a YouTube channel. And
this is one of the things I really wanted to talk to everybody about, because I know a lot of people don't want to do 9 channels for YouTube. And I decided I'm not doing 9 channels for YouTube.
Right, me neither.
This is the way that I found that it is working so far. I did have some challenges along the way. So my channel, I used to just, me and my daughter, we would write little blurby short stories. I'd draw a picture, or she would take a picture from a game, just random, and we'd write a short story to it. We started, someone saw it one day. We weren't advertising. We weren't putting it out there. Someone saw it. They liked it. The next thing you know, YouTube just started showing it to people, I guess. And we started getting subscribers after subscribers. We had thousands and thousands of people reading these stories. So I know I have a backup, even if I'm a terrible writer for people who want to pay for my stories. Maybe they don't want to buy my stories. I know I can just put a short story on YouTube and I can make $400 from it. My daughter made money for our cruise. She also made Christmas money, several $100s on her short stories. I made several $100s on several stories. Like each story was making hundreds of dollars. We took them down because they were targeting middle grade, because I like to write middle grade, and she was middle grade at the time. So that's what our stories were. And that was right around, it was a good time to transition out of that, because that was when YouTube changed their rules and said, if your channel is targeting children, you can no longer. But my best advice, if you want to do that, start with 1 or 2 things that are very closely related, so that when people come to your channel, they're not shocked that you're baking and, I don't know, fixing cars. You know what I mean? That are 2 total different things. But I think in the writing community, writing books maybe journaling and crafting, you're kind of getting out there, but to where people aren't going to be like, oh, what is this other stuff that they're doing? Unsubscribe. That's where you're going to get hurt the most.
Exactly.
This is just personal experience. I only lost during my purges. I had about 2,300 subscribers. When I did the change, I probably lost about 100 because I did get a purge. I made a change, and YouTube's like, "What are you doing?" They purged me. I've been purged a few times. Every time I hit a milestone, I get a little bit of a purge, so I wait for it. I don't ever say, oh, I didn't say I'm at 2,500 because I was like, am I at 2,500? Let's wait a week or so and see what YouTube has to say about it.
I do the same thing. I do the same thing. Yeah, because that purge comes through sometimes. You're like least expected. You're like, wait, what?
YouTube's like, oh no, you don't.
Yeah, I think like,
I'll host a live, and friends on my like people who are co-hosts will be like, oh my god, you reached this, and I'm like, did I though? And then like,
did I really?
Yeah.
Let's wait on that a minute.
I think my biggest purge was like 22% in a day that they removed.
Wow.
That's
that was when I was much smaller, but 22% of my total subscribers disappeared in less than 24 hours.
And I
had
people come back because we posted we said we're taking the stories down, we're changing the channel. We were very open that we're not going to be posting the short stories anymore. That I don't know what my daughter wants to do with her short stories. That's up to her. She's still a kid. My short stories, I'm revamping them to, actually make learn how to write and be a good writer, hopefully. So I'm revamping all of my stuff. And most of them said, yeah, we'll stick around. So I did have people come back and say, I did not unfollow you, but I was unsubscribed. And I'm like, you got purged because they're not interested in the AuthorTube videos.
If they're not interacting.
Right.
If there's an amount of time without interacting.
I have to check.
I have to just keep regularly posting something about books or writing. I posted my just a little blurb about the comic that I'm working on, just so that they have something to come back and click on, so that they don't end up in the purge.
Right. After the break I am taking, I will have to check that I'm subscribed to everyone that I care about, because I suppose that I will end up unsubscribed without intention from a lot of people.
Yeah. You could get caught up in a purge if you're not watching someone's video. Like if you're just waiting for them to do something, or you only want to watch certain videos of theirs, if you don't watch them for a while, if they hit a milestone, you might get caught.
I've been purged from other people's channels where I had watched a video and 2 days later I got purged.
Yeah, same here.
And then it's not necessarily
rhyme or reason
based from YouTube's perspective.
I think they do it just to see if people will notice, and if they don't notice, then that's one subscriber less that you've got. I don't know.
Or it could just be a glitch because it's a bot.
But it happens a lot. It happens regularly. So I think it's a system that might be glitchy.
It is.
But it's not like, it glitched and YouTube didn't know.
Yeah, so there used to be a number everyone talked about with YouTube video watches. And it's where I want to say it's like 104 views is what it used to be like 5 or 6 years ago. And everyone talked about what is up with this 106 views? And then 24, 48 hours, all of a sudden it would be over 1,000 views. And so what it turned out was the issue is that way back, and we may be seeing a similar version of this. YouTube has, multiple servers all around the world, all around the US, to try to serve up the fastest video possible. And they're all essentially, little mini computers in their own little ecosystem, and every 24 to 48 hours they sync up and they recheck each other's data that is correct. And I think when you see the unsubscribers suddenly popping out within the first 24 to 48 hours, it may be part of that update unification that they're still having problems getting everything set, and maybe one server took priority over its data than another one's where the subscriber was. And so they're still trying to figure out how to get data to unify without overlapping, saying a subscriber subscribed twice. So I see where they would edge on the more conservative one.
Well,
But
what
yeah,
happens
it's
for me
definitely
is that
needs to be improved.
what appears for me normally is that like I get the number, but then it goes away, and then I'm like, oh, YouTube's like verifying it, and sometimes I get it right, and sometimes I get it wrong. But I'm like, that's why I'm not like the number changes that I don't celebrate, because I'm like, that's like in an hour, it's gonna look like I was crazy. So like, let me just wait.
Don't get online and be like, I just hit such and such number.
Oh, yeah. No,
let's
I would
celebrate,
wait.
and then like, oh wait,
When I hit
no, I didn't.
subscribers, I had to hit it 4 times.
So yeah, but it's not impossible if you, but be very, very. Oh, I think he's frozen.
Nope. There's
just a little lag between you and Robert, so
Okay.
I think Robert started saying something, and then
Oh, well,
at least what I was saying. Yeah.
when I hit 1,000,
Oh, go ahead, Robert.
I hit like 1,000 subs 4 times. And the fourth
Oh,
time,
wow.
because I would get to 1,000 and I would literally lose 3 or 4 subs, and then it would go back up, and then I'd lose again. But I've also noticed something else that's consistent. If I don't get any subs for more than 3 days, I'll immediately lose 3 subscribers.
Wow.
Somebody says they come back after you post. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean they're intentionally taking them away or hiding them and then bringing them back after you post a new video or start getting new subs? I don't get it. Everybody says it's a glitch system. I think it's a game system, honestly.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, Robert. I would not.
I mean,
be
it's in their favor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Like if anything, they're incentivized to make it more game-like.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that.
Blinker Bells made some great.
Yeah.
I want to cover Blinker Bells, but I wanted to do this one
I found
first.
this one of Maggie said there is an new adult, which is supposed to be older YA, but it is cringy.
So, okay,
Yes.
first of all, there are definitely cringy new adults, and there hasn't, there's been cringy, traditionally published-ish new adult stuff too, because it was marketed first as like young adult and then adult, and I'm just like, it was never adult. You failed, Sarah J. Maas marketing team. You failed really, really big on that account. But when it comes to like new adult, it started out, I feel like, more with bully romances, like the Bully series by Penelope Douglas, and oh my god, Beautiful Disaster, Walking Disaster. I can't remember which one was first, by this author who turned out to be trash. So I, don't recommend the books, don't recommend the author. But it started out kind of rocky, and there isn't enough stuff in other genres under that category yet. But Eve the Awakening, Jenna Moressi's first book, which is probably never going to get a sequel because she hated the writing experience, unfortunately, was sci-fi and was so good. And I was an early reader for it, and that was new adult, and it was very, very good. And I think the problem is that it started out bad. And also for traditional publishing, there are agents and there are authors and agents who are like, oh, this is new adult, and they'll tag it on Goodreads and such. But the reason that there's no new adult category within traditional publishing that is like uniformly recognized, and I learned this in my publishing master's program, is because Barnes & Noble doesn't know where to shelve it. So therefore, other booksellers don't know how to pitch it, which means editors are like, I'm not going to give something that they don't know how to pitch. And that means agents selling to editors won't say this is new adult because they don't want to freak out the editors and then down the line. So new adult should be good, and it dropping the tea. I didn't know you had that banner ready.
Let us know.
But it's so frustrating because I had a book selling class last semester, and she does it day in, day out, has for many, many years, loves it. And we mentioned the new adult thing, and she's like, yeah, it's Barnes & Noble. It's ridiculous. And we're like,
I'm just gonna.
That's it.
Yeah, I think that we've
but it's
all
read
read
from like all the industry experience here on this panel that does not include me. I'm like, hello, yes, Please let me benefit from your master's program.
Yes, but I think we've all read that YA book that if this feels like it needs to be adult,
That's right.
or a book that's categorized as an adult, but it's got a protagonist that's 16 or 17, but the material is so adult that they can't call it YA.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Me,
it's like,
me.
this needs to be new adult, and you
Yes.
need to go ahead and have characters that are 18 to 25, and let's just do this already.
There was
I have a sci-fi with a big time span, and there is like graphic trigger warning, suicide scene. That cannot be for kids. That cannot be for teens. That's only adult. But yeah, the protagonist starts.
I
just-
would
disagree
disagree.
with you on that on YA completely. You can absolutely show graphic suicide nowadays in YA, and I would even argue you can.
13 Reasons Why. Although
Yep.
that's controversial, but I love that book, and it actually stopped me from doing the thing, which I think is a very. I haven't heard anyone else say that, but I agree with Barrett that you can show that type of stuff, and an age gap doesn't necessarily mean it has to be new adult or adults. They're not as common in like middle grade and stuff. But I will say that the Pushing the Limits series by Katie McGarry, it started with Pushing the Limits, and then I think the second one was Crash Into You or something. Basically, high school seniors, a lot of angst going on, family drama for one, and then some other run-ins with the law and stuff. It was a very interesting series, and I was reading it, and it's called Young Adult, and I was like, this is not young adult, but there's nothing else better at the time, or at the time I didn't know that new adult was maybe just starting at the time. And like those books, if they were rebranded as new adult, I'd be like, see, this is like non-cringing new adult. It's really good. It doesn't have problematic lessons or messages, and it is a romance adult, probably still not your bag, but like for other people who are like, oh, new adult is only cringy relationships.
Yeah.
Dear Evan Hansen. I need to make a video about that, but not yet.
Yeah.
Twilight.
I'm just going to recommend that everybody just write on the back of whatever church fan they have.
Yes.
That way you don't have to interrupt people to just amen any comment.
You assume I have a church fan.
I have so many. I also museum fans.
Oh,
Okay, if I step into a church, I might burst into flame.
I doubt it, but anyhow.
Have we met?
The people in churches don't burst into flames. You're fine. I know the people who go to church.
The
You're
people
fine.
in churches, frankly, deserve to
Really
burn
quick
flame.
on Blinker Bell at 529 posted subs that don't watch your content. Is this useful to your channel? Wouldn't a higher percentage of subscribers tuning in help your algorithm? Yes and no. The more subscribers helps you reach a certain threshold that you need to get to monetize. After that,
I'm not there yet.
after that, then yes, you do want your subscribers to watch your content. And all of my subscribers do not watch my AuthorTube content because they don't really, they're nice enough to stick around, but they don't care about the writing journey. They just want the stories back.
Well, and can I have a couple of hers on Blink?
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me which ones are
I had done the YouTube Academy. If you guys haven't done it, it's free. You should totally do it. But
I love it.
The most recent one that I did said something like 60% of your subscribers, unless they have hit notifications, aren't necessarily going to get notified. So for me, when I look at my analytics, for example, my average is about 50 to 55% of my subs watch my things, but that's only because I beat into their heads to do notifications. Otherwise, they wouldn't get that. And the algorithm actually is going to reward your interactions more. So likes, dislike, comments, anything like that is going to bump up your content, as well as consistency. Someone earlier said something about 2 videos a week, and I know it's said everywhere all the time. I don't think there's a magic number, but there is something to the consistency. So like my
this one, something about posting. I'm sorry. Anyway, keep talking. I didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
All I was going to say was just, so I agree with what Nia was saying. The subs is more for the monetization thing. I don't necessarily know that the subs correlates to who's watching always, because what I'm looking for and what I hope all of us should be looking for is when we're at our analytics, you want to look at where your traffic's coming from, and we want somewhere between, I look for 40% to 60% coming from browse, search, and recommendations. because then that means that YouTube is doing the majority of your work for you. They're putting your content in front of other people on their homepage, in their browse, and along your bar when they're watching something else. And so as long as you're getting those kinds of numbers, then they're doing the majority of the passing of your name and your work out for you. So anyway, that's all.
And when you do monetize, I don't know if you can do this before you monetize, but have your videos so that when one of your videos is done, your video is the next video that pops up, not somebody else's. So that watch throughs start happening where people are now watching through your videos, not somebody else's. I'm sorry, I've been monetized for about a year and a half or 2 years. Since,
right.
So I'm not sure if you guys can do that before you get monetized, but as soon as you can, do that.
You can do cards and
anything that helps,
descriptions, like just direct them to more content on your channel.
Anything that helps get them to watch more of your stuff.
Yeah.
When I got monetized, there's 1,000 subscribers, but there's 4,000 hours of views. Now the thing is, I would not have gotten there at all if I didn't take what I said before about diversifying to heart, and I did the story detective and did some tech reviews. And within the tech reviews, I did lightsaber reviews. And within those lightsaber collectibles, I got more than, I think it was like 2% of my views within like a year from 5 or 6 lightsaber videos, while nearly 100 of my writing videos were getting less than 50%. If I depended solely on AuthorTube, I would not have been able to monetize, because what I saw is lightsaber fans were watching it multiple times. When it comes to craft, I guess watch a craft video once and you know it all. So let's move on and wait for the next one. So you're either
and if
you're killing yourself.
I think if you do something cool like that, that is the best.
And from that, I got an offer to be a distributor from one of the companies from the lightsabers that I reviewed. So I have money from it.
Diversifying his income.
Yes.
This is why I try, like, when I watch someone's video, I go to their channel, look for the playlist, and I start binging the crap out of those videos, and I leave at least minimum one comment in all of the videos that I watch. I sometimes leave 2 or 3, depends. I comment as I watch. So yeah, I'm the binging type of person. So like when I want to dedicate time to a channel, I binge a lot, because I know that would be supportive to the creator. I mean, I'm not going to do it every day, but I do it.
She does. I'll attest to that. She did mine recently.
Yeah. It's going to show up in the analytics. Someone was just watching the crap out of the videos. But yeah, I try, because I know that because I am aware of the 4,000 hours of watch time. And that's hella hard. And like for small AuthorTuber channels, unless you do something that blows up and goes viral,
or live streams.
Could be.
Yeah.
Live streams are very helpful. Yes.
I have the 4,000 hours. I actually have more, but I am at 830 subscribers, and I'm just like, I can't stare at that number too often because I'll go crazy, because it'll fluctuate, like we've been talking about throughout this whole stream.
Yes.
I'm like, when it happens, it happens. The watch hours are not going to go down.
My question would be, how do we lure in readers into AuthorTube? Because I think that would be I think that's a problem of the niche itself. How do we bring in the readers to our whatever we do on YouTube?
You have to give readers something that they want, but something that YouTube will promote, like Robert does with the lightsaber swords. That is super cool. YouTube will promote that because people will like that. So then he can do his writer stuff. Like he said, it's like same here. My writer stuff is very low in comparison. It's on par, because I did the thing that Brett told me to do. So it's on par with other AuthorTubers of about my size. So I'm on par. I'm not doing terrible in AuthorTube, but I'm going to try and up my game. But that's not really the stuff that most of my subscribers are here for. So find something cool that your readers are going to like, and give them that, and hope that YouTube eventually will, your AuthorTube friends will watch. So that should help. if you say, hey, I posted this video, so we'll help. Well, we'll give it some boost because we'll go and we'll watch it for you. But you're trying to find your audience that's going to actually buy your book.
Right.
So once YouTube starts picking that up, they might start showing it to some other people. You just need people in the community or that you're trying to target to start seeing it. With our short stories, people just started seeing. We weren't advertising, but once people saw them, I guess they were looking up stories or like maybe stories to read to their kid. I don't know what they were looking up because this was a couple years ago. So I don't know what they were looking up to find it, but it started getting picked up. And once people started reading them, YouTube started showing them, and then the next thing you know, we had 1,000 subscribers, and then we had 1,500 subscribers, and then we had 2,000 subscribers, and we were getting 3 and 4 times that many people clicking on our stories.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest video on my channel that is not a live stream, not a writing sprints live stream, is my how I revise in Scrivener video, because it's a like quasi tutorial of the software, and I still need to make a full one because people have asked me. But then my next most popular sit down video was unpopular opinion. I liked Mulan 2021 because I happened to post it at a good time, and it had the term unpopular opinion in it, which is always a great search term and stuff. But it wasn't clickbaity because it was true. And you can have content that is a standout for you, or in Kate's case, she knows that like no one really watches her baking with classics, but she does it as a labor of love and will continue to do it. And I watch them because they're fun, and
I actually watch them.
But like she knows that like not all your content is going to perform at the same level, but if you can look at analytics and be like, oh, this is what people want, and decide whether or not you're only going to cater to that, or also do other things that you like that are appropriate for your channel. Like obviously it wouldn't make a lot of sense for me to suddenly start reviewing lightsabers. Like yes, I have Star Wars fans in my family, but if I started doing that, people would be like, why are you doing that? Like I don't think this is for you.
I think you have to fit under one big umbrella. And I tried to look for something that would make it cohesive, because I was told by marketing people, don't review those lightsabers, get those out of there. And I thought, okay, we've done Star Wars comics. I've had a Star Wars history. There are a lot of fan fiction writers in the Star Wars community. There was a connection. So I went on with it, and I was glad that I did.
I've seen a few people in chat talking about stories. Somebody did a while back, up a little bit. But all I was going to say is there was questions about author tubing content. The authors that figure out the stories the way Mia and her daughter did, and figure out how to tap into that and get people to come and watch just short fiction over and over and over and start to subscribe to you, that's magic. Because then you're going to have people that you can go to with a full-length novel or a novella that already like your voice or already like the way you write. It's just now falling in love with this new story you're trying to sell. Right. I don't think you necessarily have to cross over the BookTube to do it. I think you can do it both places. I think you can do it yourself on AuthorTube for your immediate folks, and then reach out to other people to carry your water for you. I do live streams with authors all the time on my channel. So look for people like that who want to have people on to sit and visit about your work, your content, or whatever, to build you up in front of their, in my case, tens and tens of people, but you're welcome.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why I like having other AuthorTubers on my channel is because if you've ever sat with me through one of my live streams, occasionally someone will pop on and they'll be like, hello, what are you doing? I'm a reader. Because I'll be like, oh, we're writing, there's a bunch of, and they're like, I'm a reader. So are you making stories? And I get to say, all of these people are making stories. Follow some of them and check them out. They'll be writing stuff soon. And I've had several people say, oh, that's really cool. I'll check some of them out. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why I like having people on. I know that I don't get a lot of AuthorTube activity, but I'm leaving all of these live streams up, and people will come on and see, oh, she is still working on writing, so something is coming. I promise something's coming. So they know that I'm actually working on creating more stories, and they get to hopefully find other authors that they might like some of their stories too.
Yeah.
Like Zara said, not everybody could do a lightsaber review and be successful.
Right.
If I did lightsaber reviews and they got 0 views, I would have dropped it for something else. But here's an interesting thing. I got a lot of views on that, but I also had people say, well, do more about your comic book history and comic books in general. We want to see that.
Yeah. I mean, Robert, I originally invited you on because I was like, yes, give me the tea. Because Doll was the one who was like, did you know he works in comic books? And I was like, no, but as a former comic book store owner, I would very much like to hear the other side.
You're like, former comic book owner. I'm like, I don't think there's such a thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, definitely not you. You definitely still own stuff.
Yeah, no, I literally
Comic store owner.
But
the store
owner. As somebody who had to arbitrate so many who would win blank or blank discussions, I'm like, they did not put this in the job description. I was like, oh, I would really like to know Robert personally. And, the only reason I invite people on our show is simply I want to hang out with you. So, that is my ultimate goal is I make an excuse to have a show so people will actually come and like hang out. This is the goal.
There was a lot of people that they were Star Wars fans. But when I made the lightsaber videos, those particular author tubers didn't watch it. Some of the author tubers said to do those videos on comic book characters, and when I did, the 10 people that said they wanted to see it watched it, and nobody else did. So I'm like, you realize that Marvel Comics is still a publishing company, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That leads me to another question. So I saw one of the comments here that like someone gets attached to people when they're sharing. So that's what I think it was Nikki who made that comment. And thank you, Nikki. But I have a question about that because I'm a person who likes to keep it private for a lot of things. I can share sure, I'm openly asexual. I'm openly pagan. I say things that I'm open about, but personal life circumstances or like how my day goes and the situation and my current living situation, that kind of stuff, I don't share. I have reasons for that. So how can I share while keeping my privacy, while attracting readers that get attached to people because they share themselves or whatever? So how do you balance it out? Is there some kind of way around it? Because you know what I mean? I think
I'm going to talk about this just a little bit and then Sarah, but we talked about this a little bit before when we did the after show, a private conversation, but I don't share everything about my life. I use my nickname. I do not use my last name. And I will be publishing under my nickname as a pen name. And I only show little bits of my life. No kids under the age of 18 are on screen. When my daughter and I first started writing our stories, we never even showed our faces. So nobody even knew what we would look like. My younger kids will not ever be on screen until they're over 18. I think you guys got to see one of my kids one time. And so you only share as much as you're comfortable sharing. If someone really wants to find you, they will. It's the way that the world is, unfortunately, right now. So you have to be comfortable with what you want to share. And if you don't want to share anymore, then don't. And there are going to be some people that don't like that because they're going to say you're not genuine, you're not telling us all of the things, and you're going to have to be okay with that. I'm okay with that. If someone's mad that I won't tell you my address,
kick rocks.
Don't care.
They can go eat rocks. That's what I think. Go eat rocks.
I'm sharing what I'm comfortable sharing. I'm here to write. I'm here to write and share stories.
Swim at the same time.
Well, but also I think as Nikki clarified, not necessarily personal sharing, but just general sharing. And I get that with the Mabel story, for instance, just because Regina had brought it up just now. I shared that it was based on my experiences growing up in the Deep South with funerals and, that whole sort of culture. But that doesn't mean I'm sharing lots of my personal life, like This is based on I do not have an actual Aunt Mabel, and she did not refuse to die.
Well, and wouldn't we all, or at least I would argue, and especially in Pride Month, you own, you're blind, asexual from. I mean, you're owning a lot of personal shit.
Yeah.
That a lot of other people would never.
Yeah,
own.
True.
I mean, I think it's all a matter of perspective of
exactly
who thinks is personal compared to what someone else thinks is personal, and boundaries are.
I would say, like, what people want to hear about from your, if you know, as an author, is that you have experiences to go with this writing. You are not just, you know, as saying goes, writing out your rear. So, you know, saying you've traveled to Europe and the Americas, you know, you've been there to see this, you're writing from those experiences. That's what people want to hear. They don't need to hear what years you were there, you know,
they don't need
months.
documentation. They just need to know, like, hey, you know, there's a truth behind here. Or, you know, I made up a whole another planet because I've never been to another planet, y'all.
That's a thing. No, I do own a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Just simply, you know, being authentic with what you want to share, what you share is authentic, but you don't have to share anything you don't want to or that you feel private about. There are huge sections of my life, y'all, that I have never talked about online. Some of it because I've never thought to, and some of it because it's private, it's personal, it's special, it's just for me. And those are decisions I made at each moment, whether to share or not. But what I do share is honest, it is compassionate, or try to be anyway, and it's heartbelt. And if that's not good enough, go eat rocks. That's all I got.
I just want to quickly add in my 2 cents about this, and then a previous question from Blinkerbell, because I have to leave in like 7 minutes. But for this comment, I would say you can be honest and transparent, but that doesn't mean that you have to put your whole life on display. You can highlight certain parts and, you know, leave other parts out for personal safety. Like, people know I live in Manhattan, and there was a time last year where I was living in New Jersey, and I mentioned it because it was like very clear that my background was different, and the noise level in the background was very different. So I thought to mention it, but I didn't say where in New Jersey. I don't say where in New York. I do say Manhattan, but like, that's all the specifics I give. And there are times when it makes more sense for me to mention that, like, oh, I'm Demi, and other times it doesn't come up at all in an author tube discussion, and that's totally fine. And that me not saying it doesn't mean I'm being dishonest either. So, like, just because you keep certain things to yourself, that's okay. The comment I wanted to address earlier was Blinkerbell asked, I think she was like, there are 7 million romance readers in the world.
Ways to write romance.
Yeah,
Here, I'll read it real quick.
Yeah.
What was it? There's 1 million ways to write romance. 7 panelists. What's your idea of romance? Okay,
right. So for me, romance is the romantic relationship between 2 characters who are more, like, as a demisexual. For me, I need things to start with friendship, even if it's, so for me, any story is like, basically, if it starts with enemies, it's enemies to friends to lovers. It's not just enemies to lovers, because my brain doesn't totally work that way. Although I kind of fudge it for readers sometimes, because I'm like, for them, it's fine. For me, not so much. So, but I think for me, like, I care about the emotional mindset of both characters and how they first realize, oh, I think I might like this person. Do I like that? Is that problematic? Is it inconvenient for me at the time? Is there a reason why I don't think we can get together at the time, which there normally needs to be, because otherwise they'd get together like on the 5th page, and then you don't have a romance story. And I write romance, versus if you're writing a romance subplot in the story, then they could get together super early and go on the rest of the adventure together, whatever you want. Or one dies at the end, and then it's not a romance, but it's a romance subplot that ends in tragedy. But it's about the character psychology for me. I don't just combine 2 characters and have it work. It's very specific to the characters, and that's something that the author of Outlander, in her book I Give You My Body, which Kate Kavanaugh recently mentioned in her not most recent video, because that's about N.K. Jemisin, but the other one where she was talking about writercraft books that don't get as much love on AuthorTube. She was saying that Diana Galbadon, I think I butchered her last name. She was saying that, like, if a sex scene or a love scene can happen between any two characters, you've done it wrong, because it needs to be specific to those two characters and their emotional states at that point in time and move the story forward.
Wow, that's great. I have to cure my misunderstanding of some of the romance that I have seen.
Mm.
As a blind person and also asexual, it's kind of hard because it all starts with how cute the person looks, the hair, the smile, the eyes, the face, and I'm over here like,
I have aphantasia, so I actually don't really write that way from that point of view. It's not about how they look, it's about how they act and the vibe that they give.
Right.
And normally a lot of snarky banter first. So
Right.
for me, like
that will be better.
it's
That will
not
be
just
better.
about the looks, although I have to throw that in because I don't want to be ever accused of like they're talking heads and what the hell do they look like.
Right.
But because readers would then get upset, but at the same time, like to me, looks aren't as important.
Yeah, I describe what my characters look like, but their relationship is more important. Like, do they connect? What is this person doing that's allowing this other person to connect to them? So that's how. Without that, I'm like, okay, they just think this person's hot. That's not. You know what I mean?
That's in lust, not in love.
I mean, that can happen,
Yeah.
but
It can be the start, but it's not.
But I mean, isn't that essentially sort of a different genre? That's more erotica, where lust is allowed to run rampant. That's fine. It's perfectly acceptable there, but it's not romance.
Or
Romance.
adult romance. You can start as a one night stand and then you wake up the next day and oops, someone caught feelings.
yeah.
I mean, they're so contagious. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to cure my perceptions of it because if I read a romance and it's like this person is so cute and the hair and the eyes and the smile and then this and like every opportunity that the character has to bring it up, I'm over here like, okay, great, the person is hot, I get it, but is there something
It's superficial.
Yeah.
I don't enjoy those types of romances either, and I read like a ton of romance normally because it's easy for my mind to process when I'm in school and stuff. And speaking of, I start school for tonight in 2 minutes, so I'm gonna hop off.
All right.
But thank you for having me.
Or are you good?
love you,
Sure.
Sarah?
Sure, I'll do an outro. I'm also going to be. Oh, okay, I'm big. My name is Sarah Hoffman. I'm
I
a
didn't want to
published
keep you.
author of 6 books, 2 trilogies. One is young adult paranormal romance. The second is sci-fi new adult with romance. The third book is being published on July 6th, but you can pre-order a signed paperback from my Ko-fi page, which is linked in the description. And tomorrow morning, I'm hosting writing sprints with people, and tomorrow night, Glory and Tom will be on my Twitch and YouTube channels at 7 p.m. Eastern for writing sprints, where I will be plugging Glory's Twitch a lot so she can get affiliate.
Yes, thank you. All right, go Zara and be wonderful and good luck with all the study and then report back.
Love you, Sarah.
Love you, darling.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah, it's
I love college students. They're so much fun.
One, I want to backtrack a little bit. We're talking about sharing. I think sharing is a very deliberate and specified kind of thing. It's like you can be very personal, as in when I was in the 5th grade, this blah blah happened to me about your life, and then you can say, well, I had Captain Crunch for breakfast, and watch the comments go up because everybody will say, I love Captain Crunch, that's my favorite, and it's still considered sharing.
Yes.
Yes.
And
I would say, it really reminds me of I went through a couple years, I hate to admit how long it took me to really understand it, about the rules of first date sharing.
Mm-hmm.
And why there are rules of etiquette about this. And I feel it's really the same way with, anything online in your life, which is when you first meet someone, which pretty much is what you're always doing on social media platforms, you're always meeting new people.
yes.
You are trying to simply show your best version. So that is what, that's the kind of sharing you should be looking at doing. Yeah. What are your best traits? What are your best features? What are you comfortable telling someone you just met about yourself? That's the kind of things, go ahead, tell a 5th grade story about yourself. It's a long time ago with people that are no longer part of your lives, most likely
Yeah.
And it's a different kind of person who you were than you are now. So again, it's just showing self-awareness of your life versus someone you're on a first date with you don't really know yet. No, they don't need to know where you live. They don't need to know where you work. They don't need to know what your deep-seated fears are. That is nothing you should ever be sharing on a first date. Because you're just getting to know. And that's, to me, always the rules for social media platforms is what do you feel comfortable with a stranger knowing? But you want to show authenticity in the, I'm not speaking out my rear about this. If I write about traveling somewhere, it'll be because I traveled somewhere else. It becomes very obvious. And then they don't, otherwise, if I write about somewhere I've never been, they lose their trust in me because it very quickly shows inauthenticity.
Yeah. Also, Eva left a comment there, and I absolutely agree with you. That's why I said I have to cure my misunderstanding and misperception of the romance that is all lusty, because I am blind and asexual, and that's hard for me. So, like, I just cannot handle that, or it's kind of rough to get through it just to get the rest of the plot. Like, just to get the rest of the story that has nothing to do with the kissing and stuff.
And
It's rough, but I can still get through it if the writing is good. It's just that for me, in my circumstances, in my personal labels and all that, it's kind of rough. I never said it's wrong. I never said it shouldn't be. None of that. So I agree with you absolutely 100%. It's just I have it a little bit more difficult to get through a book that has a lot of lusty stuff in it because I personally don't care about it.
Yeah, it's hard to relate to. It's it's what we us. That's also, but that's kind of what in romance really is. But most stories is you're trying to create a character that your audience can relate with. If your audience cannot relate with them and the way they're acting, you're not going to keep that audience. They're going to drop the book. They'll drop the story because it doesn't feel realistic to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of straight people complaining.
Okay.
Oh, boo-hoo! There's so many people in this world.
Did you have something else before we go to break?
The thing was about romance, and I think Jane Austen kind of invented the romance template, and there was no sex there. The idea behind romance is will they or won't they, and then there's a whole lot of obstacles keeping them apart. Whether you give them a happy ending or a tragedy, then that's a bit of a different story, but there's still a lot of suspense to happen, and will that relationship happen? And when it does, what's that relationship going to be about? It can be about different things.
Absolutely.
So I think romance is a little bit pigeonholed when it comes to what you
often confused with erotica. They are two different goals. They're two different concepts. They are not one and the same, but they are often talked about like they are. Glory talked about, was it Silhouette or which one?
Harlequins ended with the first kiss. When I was a kid, middle school, I was reading a romance a day, and in math class, no less. And my mother said it was okay though, because every Harlequin at the time, the basic original Harlequin cover imprint, ended with the first kiss, like literally within the last 3 pages. There would be a first kiss for that relationship, and that is where the story ended. So it was perfectly okay. My mother felt, even though there was all this tension before, it was okay. And then Silhouette would go a little bit further, but not much. When I say further, I mean there was little making out. Somebody may have groped something round on someone else. And that was where it ended. I mean, it would end there. That was the reward to the finish of the book, was there would be light groping, first to second base, somewhere in there. And those were the basic ones. Since then, and so that was the late 80s, early 90s, because I was reading older books, but I really went into the 70s romance, where it was all nurses and doctors doing it in closets. It was weird to me. I was not interested as a child. There were all these because it was a rack at the library, and it was like take one, bring one. And it was all the 70s ones were all doctors and nurses, and a lot of very occupied closets at hospitals and clinics for some reason.
About all the soap operas, that's basically what they were.
Well, yeah, maybe it was like from General Hospital inspired type.
Yeah.
But that was what had survived, right? Because nobody brought one to put on the rack that they loved. Nobody brought their favorite books. It was always just I could pass it, it's fine, and they would pass it on, and that was all the ones I would read. And yeah, for the most part, these were all stuff that ended with a first kiss. That's how it used to be. It has changed. Be warned. And Tom and I talked about like our favorite romance tropes. Our favorite one that mutual in both of our top 10 is, what is it? Fallen angel or cowboy angel?
No, it's cowboy and angel. The angel has come to save the cowboy or the cowgirl.
The most ridiculous. And by the way, and this is so chaste. These romances are so chaste because it's a fallen angel or an angel who.
All the City of Angels with Nicolas Cage or whoever.
Yeah, it's very much, an angel is like, I'm here to help you find romance. And the cowboy's like, I've given up on that and I'm sleeping on the ground with my horse. And this is every single one of these novels. And so you can imagine an angel is not about to make out with anyone, let alone a cowboy or the horse. So it's very chaste. And it's really about, a person, because it could be a cowgirl and her horse and an angel. And this is the trope. And we both, as middle schoolers, loved this. So we would always share those. And again, those didn't even necessarily end with a kiss because the angel's like, we're gonna have to get married first. So, in a church, because of course you're going to. So first they have to go back up to heaven and resign. Every time they would have to go to heaven and resign, or they didn't go to resign. They went back to their job of matchmaking, and the other bureaucratic angels were like, no, you're getting a body and you're going to go live a life. And so they essentially get fired and go get married to the cowboy. This was the trope, and we loved it in middle school. And there were, dozens of these books with this. So they were, now looking back, I'm like, they were very chaste. And it was truly like Pride and Prejudice, like Sense and Sensibility it is a romance of the mind. It is a romance of two people forming a relationship who seemingly have very little in common. As you said, like Jane Austen really established this template. And this just is, for some reason, putting it in the Wild West that I do not understand. But we still loved it. We ate it up as children. Paranormal romance with an angel who maybe gets fired, maybe resigns. It's an interesting concept. I'll have to find some of these old books for y'all because we would source them everywhere. I thought everyone knew about these and was just like, no.
This is new to me. I've not heard of this.
Oh, you all have lived such sheltered lives. You don't know that cowboys are married.
Not all of them are that chaste, by the way. There's at least one or two that we did laugh about of the what nicknames and euphemisms did they come up with?
Oh, yes.
For the bedroom scene.
We also loved all the euphemisms. We loved all the. At one point, I had a notebook, and it was just words for members of body parts. It was just, and like Tom would add new ones when he would read something like, "Did you get this one?" All the euphemisms. We loved it. This is how we were as we were kids.
I blink comment is gold. Want to polish my halo? Done. Like that's a tagline if I've ever seen one. Well done.
Hi, cowboy. Do you want to help me polish my halo?
Bravo.
Well, I'm a little busy, but my horse is available. Just let it lick it. Lick the halo. No, okay. Yeah, like seriously, these are some really weird first meet cutes too, by the way, of these stories. But anyway, that is a whole nother tangent. Oh my goodness, the comments. Okay. We're going to go to break.
So do I.
Yeah,
we need to
something to think about. And so I have time to read 35 comments. And we will see you back here in 10 minutes. So go hydrate, go stretch, go get the things to drink, the water, the snackies.
And we're going to make some popcorn.
Yes. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes, y'all. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, hello.
Hello.
We're back.
Our recently published friend.
Congrats, Laura.
Thanks.
That's amazing.
So amazing. Good for you.
I was trying to find my author bio thingy, like my
Updated.
On Amazon, just to like see what books I'm listed under, and I was like, oh, it's out. Okay. So I could stick that in my links and my stuff.
That's awesome.
Good.
I didn't think it'd come out till next month, so I was surprised.
Way to go.
It's wonderful.
Yes.
So, here we are at the top of the third hour, and where we normally talk about bringing it all together, although we haven't quite touched on branding yet. So,
I think that's where networking comes in.
Shall we talk about branding and bringing it all together?
Yes.
All right. So Tom made popcorn, and I will just sit back because obviously nothing. You all are better at branding than moi.
Well, I'm trying. Branding for me is not just a logo or having an aesthetic or like saying openly that I'm blind, asexual, and pagan and biracial and all the stuff that I am. It is a part of the brand, yes, but it's like brand as it's like a whole. I cannot separate one thing from another because all of that I share, everything that I do online as a brand will eventually translate into my writing. So everything, absolutely everything that I share online has its purpose. Precisely because I'm so careful about what I share. Personal reasons. Safety, mostly safety. So when the problem is I'm too honest for my own good. That's a problem. It has been a problem all my life. And so I have had my good set of wake-up calls, and this is why I have become the kind of person that I have become. Like, I have a wall, and I decide why I share with you and what I do and what I don't share. It's because of the wake-up calls that I had. But still, as a brand, for example, people with disabilities struggle a lot with the "you're an inspiration" thing. I don't think, and this could bring me angry readers if I'm not careful, because I'm not your inspiration. I'm sorry, I'm not the good blind. I don't do that. Not in that way. I mean, not in the motivational speaker kind of way. So I have to be very careful with the tone of my branding, and this is why I am so open and so raw about certain things. Because if I just keep it love and light and positive and good vibes and high energy frequencies and let's motivate each other and I'm your inspiration, I'm gonna get lots of angry readers after they read my stories, because there's none of that. There's a lot of darkness in everything I write because I just want to keep it realistic. So that's what you get with my brand as well. Don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. It's like you want to portray what your readers are going to expect, so you're not all like everything is like roses and sunshine, and people are thinking you're gonna write like light, happy-go-lucky fantasy because that's your personality, and they read it and they're like, "Oh, this is really." Really dark, or not at all what I was expecting from it. So you need to balance that out to say, hey, look, you know,
this
can
is
follow
why
me, but it's going to be tough. The stuff that you're reading is going to be some serious hard stuff.
Yeah, when
so you're trying to
you're such an inspiration, I'm like, yeah, I kind of flinch because it's like, I'm doing it wrong.
No, but I think that's going to happen just naturally. People are inspired by who they're inspired by. And if you're blind and ace and you're doing the thing, someone else who's blind and ace or has a blind and ace family member or a loved one is just going to see you as inspirational. That's them. That's not necessarily you. You do you.
Yeah.
And someone is inspired by that. But you don't need to feel like, oh, now I must be this other thing. No, you just need to be yourself. Yeah, and let them be inspired. If they're inspired, don't cringe. It's fine. It's fine. Because
I've had it. I have that moment of I'm not your inspiration. Not that way. Not that kind. You're not going to find me giving a seminar on a stage, talking to a bunch of pyramid scheme people, and you're gonna start your own career and you're gonna make $1 million because if I could do it because I'm blind. No. Sorry, Molly Burke, I love you, but no. The tea. The tea.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't dislike what she does, but that's what Molly Burke does. That's not what I do.
She's a YouTuber who's blind. Is she Canadian or
Canadian? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like our stepmother, was blind most of her life, and when I met her, I was 18. I found her inspiring, but that's because she'd gotten a PhD in the 70s, and they had readers, text readers, but there were these huge machines that she would have to lug. They had their own, carrying case. Right. And it weighed like 20-something pounds, and she would have to lug that to the library every day and run it. And I found that inspiring, but because it's like, she wasn't daunted by all the extra roadblocks. I appreciated that about her effort. But, at the time, all I just said was, I'm just really inspired that you worked so hard and you got it, when nobody was that wasn't considered, an everyday thing for a blind person in the 60s and 70s to do. And, she understood, I wasn't belittling or othering her in that inspiration, but that was because we were able to have a conversation about it. But people online, they just make these sort of out of hand comment, oh, you're such an inspiration. And there's no way to know, are you doing it in a pitying, othering way, or are you doing it in I appreciate that you saw something you wanted and it didn't matter how many roadblocks there were, you were going to find a way around to get to your goal. And so I can see where, from both directions, as well as, of course, I get it all the time. We're like, oh, you're autistic? You don't look autistic. I would have never guessed. And I'm like, it's not the compliment you think it is. But I understand that, they are still trying to be positive. They're coming from a place that is not belittling. And I just kind of
toxic.
Sure, but people are toxically positive in this century, and that is so odd to me.
Right.
Wait, what? You've taken something that I thought was good and then you made it terrible. Humans, we can do that. We can make anything terrible.
Yeah, and to them, they think it was terrible or they thought it was terrible. So now the fact that they're complimenting, they think that that's good. They're like, see, this thing I thought was terrible, I'm now telling you it's good, but I'm telling it to you. So now I used to think that this is terrible. It's like, oh, no, I don't think you did that right.
You didn't do that right. Yeah. I just say thank you, and I just move the conversation forward because I don't know what else to do.
You're muted, Robert.
Oh, Robert. Still
muted.
Will it let me? There, I got Robert unmuted.
Okay.
Yay! One of us going to figure it out.
I was saying, speaking of terrible, one thing I see that I don't know if newer author tubers have gotten beyond it or people that were doing it stopped doing it, but the number one anti-marketing thing that I would see is people would form a writing channel, and it would be wrapped around the idea of come follow my writing journey. And then they would say, I really don't know what the hell I'm doing, so I'm not going to talk about writing. That's called marketing to your family and friends only.
Ooh.
Yeah.
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 I used to say I don't know what I'm doing, but I also said I'm learning on the way. So it's like I'm finding it out. I'm looking for the information. I'm trying to find it, and I will share as I go.
Yeah, maybe clarify that it's your learning to write journey.
Yeah.
So that people aren't thinking, oh, this person knows what they're doing. Let me follow them.
Right.
Oh, wait, no, they don't. They don't know what they're doing. Neither do I. We're just
Well,
two
yeah,
people who don't know what we're doing.
How many of us sitting here on this panel subscribe to people that don't have confidence? If someone is standing in front of me and commanding the thing they're talking about and saying, I know about this, I'm going to share with you what I know, and here's the value I can add to your life.
Mhm.
Those are the people I click subscribe because they're adding value to my life. And so that's the key is even if you're not the expert that you think you are in your head, if you've commanded it enough to write content and create content about it, you're the expert in that moment. So sell me that. Be that expert. Don't go up there and basically sell your whole idea down the river with, well, somebody else could do this better, but here's my best at it. Thank you for coming. Like that's a totally different sell, you know.
Sure, it is a very different sell.
And also,
There's this.
I mean, I can give you a great case example of someone who has managed to do this, and it's one most people wouldn't think about it, but just like Charlie, I've been watching them since the beginning. There's a YouTuber called on Technology Connections, and all they go over is how simple devices work, and they tearing it apart and learning about it, but they themselves are still learning about it. And so they'll comment in their videos, the following video they make from the previous about the comments they got. And they're like, and so here's what I learned about it from last time.
Nice.
They just, they own look, I'm not an electrician. I'm still just but I'm just talking about the principles of what's going on. And here's to the best I've understood it. And so they've always stayed honest about what's their level of comprehension.
Yeah.
And so no one expects anything above that.
Yeah.
And as long as you can stay honest about that part, usually you're fine with your audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the risk of getting in trouble, I think that, if you're brave enough to say, I don't know what I'm doing, why not say, okay, I read this craft book and here's what I'm doing now. And here's what I learned, because as you're writing, you are learning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you share where you're at. Other people are there, or maybe they're not quite there yet. And they're learning from you because you're brave enough to say, hey, I am learning. And here's what I learned today or this week or whatever.
Yeah.
That's where the bubble, I think, comes in, because it's like, well, I can talk about the craft book that I've read because it's Save the Cat, and we've all read it, so we all know what it is, so there's no point in talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can still, even from there, talk about, here's what I took away from Save the Cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone has their own things, their own perspectives, and what they notice and how they relate it. And that's what most people who are subscribing are looking for, is somebody in a similar enough, but just a little ahead of them. If we were back in school, it's the 6th grader looking for the 7th grader friend.
True.
Who already took that class, so they can more easily understand and progress in their own direction as well.
I'm reminded of our first season of Getting Excited About Movies, where, so what actually happened, y'all, is we did the Awkward Sibling Hour show, and then we were like, I'm tired of talking about autism. I need to stop. I need a break. But we were like, what will CB do on Mondays? So we made up a new show where we talk about movies, because at our house growing up, we talk about storytelling all the time. Like, this is dinner table conversation growing up when we were kids. And we still are always watching movies and then talking about the storytelling in there. And I was like, why don't we do that for a show? Because what will CB do on Mondays otherwise? So that was what we did. But here was the side effect of us essentially taking our dinner table conversation and making it, a show on Mondays. Was by the end of that season, I realized that my own writing had improved in that finally I was able to troubleshoot some real problems I'd been having with certain stories that I've been wrestling with for literally years. I had trouble like figuring out even the Mabel story clicked together because we had been talking about storytelling and various aspects of storytelling for what, 2.5 months. And at the end of it, I felt like I had leveled up as a writer. And so we talked about that as well at this, at the start of the second season of Awkward Sibling Hour, and then again with the second season of Getting Excited About Movies, of just talking about it. Even though we had been talking about it, but having new people come on and we're talking about it in different ways than we did before, we leveled up and we were very honest about, this is awesome. You all should try it. It is a method. I think like he didn't invent it, but what was his name? Feinberg? No. You know what I'm talking about.
I thought it was
I thought it wasn't Feinberg.
quantum physics. I thought it was Feinberg method.
I'm terrible with names on a good day, y'all. That's why I love that everybody has their little placard there. That's why I make sure it's always up. It's so because y'all be surprised how long it took me to learn everyone's names. I haven't yet.
I'll find in just a moment.
But that, I mean, the guy didn't invent it, the astrophysicist or whatever his name is. But it is a pretty good 4-step method of how to learn something. And I think step 3 is teach to other people. And that was what I had inadvertently did, was I leveled myself up as a writer, because my problem for the last several years before that had been, okay, basic fiction writing, I'm okay. But troubleshooting when it goes wrong, I know when it's gone wrong. I don't know how to fix it, though.
A Feynman technique.
Thank you, Feynman.
Awesome.
The Feynman technique, it's 4 steps. It's real easy. And so I think, to be honest about it, that is part of that authenticity, even authenticity of brand, if you will. People know they can trust the words that come out of your mouth, including life is a journey. And I'm not entirely sure where I'm heading. Other than death, obviously.
Yes to this.
Thank you. And thank you to those who followed us since the show started. I see you. There's literally a list in my dashboard. And thank you. It's just so, yeah. So anyway.
By the way, Carrie has a question about the magic trick.
I mean,
you see a magic trick and my brain automatically goes to the Joker with a pencil, man.
Right? I love it.
Yeah, but it's so true. The short stories that I took down, and I'm trying to compile them and put them together and make a real novel out of them. I look at them now and I'm like, people were reading this and clicking the like button and back for more. But now that I've been in with AuthorTube and I'm in all of these things, like do more showing, less telling, and using less adverbs, I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't believe people like this, but they did. Maybe it worked better in a short story form because I only had, just a few minutes to try and tell a story. But I had at one time considered reposting just a couple of them, aging them up a little bit so that I'm not targeting anyone in middle grade. But I was like, oh no, I need to fix all of this. But people liked them.
Yeah, I learned readers are just really thirsty for stories, for narratives, and quality is not as important. Well, technically, quality is important, but like the quality of the story itself is important. Your technical skills, not that important, because they're just thirsty. They're just so desperate for any good story. Come on, it's time to take an escape. Take me somewhere else with this story. I just need a break from my real life. That is where a lot of readers are coming from anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also different when you hear or when I'm listening to something than when I'm reading it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? If someone's reading to me, I'm less likely to I may not notice adverbs.
I disagree with this.
Well, no, I'm just saying for me personally. So
yeah,
good.
I was
because I listen to audiobooks and read with ebooks, and I am equally kind or unkind depending on the quality of the narrative. But again, I'm a writer. It's different.
Yeah, I will miss overuse of adverbs in audiobooks. Like when I'm listening to books, I will not notice unless I'm reading if someone, or extraneous modifiers, for example, in dialogue tags. if people overuse them, I'll never notice them if I'm listening to it. If I'm reading it, I can't unsee it.
Do you think that has to do with you being used to how people speak, and that maybe?
I honestly think it's a musical it's from my musical theater background that like it looks out of place. So like in scripts, I'm used to seeing more of that kind of tagging where you need to know who's saying what, and moving where, and who's on first. Where in novels, it's not as necessary, and so it leaps off the page to my editing brain to be like, cut these out. But that's. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm reading a popular book that has a lot of them, and because it's something that I'm actually working on, I'm like, this person's got a very popular book and they're doing it all the time. The thing that I'm trying to do less of. I'm like, what?
Yeah, readers are not as picky as we would like to believe.
I know.
Really, y'all,
I think we've been in booktube and authortube, and we're thinking that everybody reads like a booktuber or an authortuber. Yeah. And there's a whole millions of people out there that are not critiquing our books that hard, which is why some books that we look at and we're like, how? This is like some of the most popular books. I'm just like, okay, it was a movie. Let me go read it. What? I can't get past the first chapter. What in the world?
5 years trying to like show me all of these very popular books and like, do you see they got a publishing deal? And they had an edit. There's an editor's name on this, and they published it like this. And I'm like, clutching pearls that I may or may not have actually been wearing at the time. And he's like, you've got to give yourself a break. That the real world is not holding you to this standard that, frankly, was exemplified by our dead mother. Our mother had these very high. Mom was born in 1946, so they had very different rules back then. A lot of commas, y'all. So many commas. So many commas. And he was like, just the real world in Readerland is not holding anyone to these standards. You've got to give yourself a break, because I was using that as an excuse to not write or to write less. And it certainly sucked all the joy out of my writing, the activity of writing, because I was too much in my head about, but I have to at least edit it so perfectly rather than readers don't care. Yeah. They don't care at all.
That's why I'm so paranoid about people in our community.
50 Shades is written on.
I'm just going to type it on my BlackBerry. I don't need to edit it. Let me just put it out.
It was fan fiction that her editor was like a friend and was like, I just have got to publish something or else I'm going to like possibly lose my job. I've got to have something that's a win. And she's like, I have this fan fiction you can read, which was technically supposed to be Twilight Labyrinth fan fiction for real. She wrote it on her BlackBerry. Yeah.
Yes.
Labyrinth, y'all.
Yeah,
Labyrinth.
that's Jareth.
Jareth, yeah. And all they did was change the names. I am not joking. They changed a little bit so you couldn't tell that it was Twilight Labyrinth fan fiction, and they published that. And obviously, they barely passed it through a spell check. And Tom's like, why are you holding yourself to standards? I know. Why are you holding yourself to standards that even traditional publishing houses do not?
It depends on the kind of books that you like to read, because I will defer a little bit here, but then again, I'm the blind person, and my punctuation is questionable, very questionable, and I understand, and I'm at peace with that, because hey, I have to be kind to myself. Now, there's a thing where I get very unkind to myself, and that is how the story sounds. Once again, I'm blind. I rely on sound. I will pay attention to prose quality and writing quality, and those are the stories that I like to read. I skew a little bit towards literary mix with genre. I mean, I like that, and it's not to be pretentious. No, I just like how a good sounding prose reads, because it's yeah. I don't know how to put it without coming off as pretentious, because that's not what I mean. I would never read 50 Shades of Grey because I don't like it. It's not the kind of fiction that I go for. But I fell in love with All the Light We Cannot See by Anthony Doerr, and I fell in love with Kazuo Ishiguro. Now I cannot have enough of him. His books, don't get me wrong. Yeah, and so I like that kind of good sounding prose. But again, what kind of reader I am versus you, the sighted folk,
I think literary leaning prose has more focus on word choice for every single word. It's more poetic. It's not necessarily purple, but it is more. It has more intent behind the word choice, I think.
Yes.
And rhythm.
Yes.
You know, a rhythm usually.
I come from a music background. Surprise. Yeah. So I don't question why I am the way I am as a reader, because it makes perfect sense. I have music training. I am blind. I rely on sound. Of course, I'm gonna care for like poetic sounding prose. Sure, but then again, look at 50 Shades of Grey. I didn't look at how successful it was, and
Yeah.
so I've
I
come
read
to
some
terms
excerpts
with-
and it was
Uh-huh.
like, wow, people really love
We
this, but
had-
okay.
I had readers at the library from every genre reading 50 Shades and loving it and not criticizing the content, like the grammar and the word choices. I mean, I had people who strictly only read contemporary literature, like our section, and yet they read 50 Shades and all they did was gush about, other things, but they did not criticize or feel that it was a detractor, any of the word choices. And I'm like, really? Okay.
I know so many people that read it that shocked me that they were reading it. And I'm like, well, I guess I'll give it a try. I mean, if even you're reading it. And I was like, oh, no, I just.
Yeah.
And I don't like to trash anybody's stories. So she wrote it, she created it, but it just was not for me. I was
like the technical side of, I feel like readers are still more interested in a narrative that appeals to them for whatever the reason it appeals to them, and less about the technical side that we look at. Like, does it flow? Is the prose working? Like, this is things writers talk about. Readers do not normally talk that much about that sort of thing. But yeah, as I said, I was genuinely surprised by our library patrons and their crossover, because everybody was talking about 50 Shades. So there were a lot of people reading it who were like, I wouldn't normally, but check this out for me. That sort of, okay, I promise I won't touch it, whatever.
If you got paid for every person that told you that.
Oh, well, I would not have a rent problem now. Yeah. And it was also our most stolen book. And I'm like, but then people would return it. They just didn't want to check it out under their name. So they would return it a month later, which at least we had that going. It was a wild time, y'all. I'm so glad it was over. But it was truly, if they came back and said, oh, I love 50 Shades, and I'd be like, have you tried 50 Shades of Chicken? It's a cookbook. And because it's wild, and at least you'd also get a good meal out of it, is what I'm saying. But
so that's another thing that I have a question about. So because readers don't judge so harshly on all the technical stuff that we writers always talk about, again, it seems that AuthorTube was a niche, and like giving writing advice and that kind of stuff is kind of counterproductive. Yeah, I think that's the word.
I think if that were true, then most AuthorTubers that were consistently putting out books would be. And the fact,
I'm not saying it is counterproductive. I'm saying it seems because readers don't give shit about it.
What I find is that it must be working, because like I said, we know AuthorTubers who are being published and they're doing well with their published books.
Alexa Dawn, second printing this week, came out 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
So
yeah. So it's working. The problem is that I think sometimes we take it to the extreme. Like, this is one of the things the last couple of weeks that I have been working on, because I'm like, I need to take out all of these adverbs and I need to just add in prose. I'm not a prose person. I'm more tell it like it is. Give me the story. I don't need the prose. I'm ready for the action. What's happening? If you give me too many prose, my brain will literally say, you were saying something was blue, but you use this word that is really kind of purple. My brain takes me right out of the story if you use the wrong prose. Because then I can't stop thinking, but I thought they said it was blue, but that really means purple. My brain does that. I'm out of your story at that point. So too many prose, or if it's going on too long, you're taking 2 paragraphs to describe something, I'm like, oh,
Oh no.
you're losing me.
I'm not.
So-
No, that's
no,
not my quote.
not
No.
not you. Just in general.
I agree with
think
you.
I
agree with you. You give me 50 paragraphs or of a description of a place, I will close that book or click away from that audiobook right now. On paragraph 10, I will just leave.
Oh, y'all know how I feel about describing the curtains when it has nothing to do with the story.
Exactly.
Please
If it
don't.
doesn't pertain to your character's POV and the emotion that they're feeling right now, if they wouldn't pay attention to the curtains at that moment in time and how they feel about it, don't write it. It doesn't matter. You don't need it.
Yeah, but in the book that I'm currently reading, that's incredibly popular, the amount of times that there's a dialogue and then it's tagged with as they jump through the something, I'm like, aren't we supposed to take those out? And like it's so and so said, so and so laughed and jumped and did the thing, and then the next person said, and I'm like, we're being told that we need to get rid of most of these, and this book is very popular and it's got a ton of them. Every time there's like a group of people talking, they're talking, which is how I write. Someone's talking and then they're doing something at the same time. I want to know what they're doing. Just don't take me out of the story. As long as you're in the story, I'm okay with it. But we get a lot of on AuthorTube, nope, don't, or place it very carefully. And I mean, maybe they're placing it very carefully because I'm like, I'm enjoying it. So we're learning as we go. And some of the things, it's like, take what works. Like Sherry was telling me last week, it's like salt. You need salt in your food, but too much salt and you're going to ruin it. Not enough salt and it's too bland. The right amount of salt. So that's how I'm taking everything. So everything that I'm learning here on AuthorTube, I'm hearing it, but I know that all of it's not going to be practical because I want my story at the end of the day, I want my story to be authentically my own, one. And two, I already know that I can write stories that people enjoy.
If I
can't sell it publishing it, I'll just put them back up on YouTube and keep just making passive income on them on YouTube.
Yeah, craft is a beautiful thing. I mean, it's not a thing that you can say, well, here's a rule and it only applies a specific way to all stories. I mean, it changes from story to story and even circumstance to circumstance. You have to adapt it for what you're doing. But if you understand craft, then you can adapt it more.
Well, that actually kind of reminds me of something I was going to say about branding and figuring out your branding, which is go look at what's popular in this area. I mean, like, I can just tell you offhand one piece of branding that has never changed at all in the last 50 years. If you write romance, peach is your primary color. In everything you do, peach is there. If you are writing sci-fi, black and green, and purple to a lesser degree are your colors. And you like just go look at the stuff in your field. Although, what was it, goldenrod? This sort of dirty gold color is
like
also for some reason.
Like Andy Weir's latest book cover.
Yeah. When you're trying to figure out the look and stuff for your branding, go look at what's popular right there. Just same as when you're telling your story. What are your readers? What are the actual readers interested in? It's probably not what the experts from a decade or two ago are saying.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why, for my quote-unquote branding, I guess, I've chosen the colors that I've chosen. A lot of AuthorTubers use a lot of softer wood-looking colors and just the book and the coffee. But I'm like, I have 2,000 subscribers that are here for some sci-fi and fantasy stuff. So I'm like, I'm going with the purple, make it a little dark, give it a little brightness, have a little fun with it. And I still have the book and the coffee cup up there, but I had to find a way to make that work. So, you're coming here for some AuthorTube and BookTube stuff.
Northern Lights all over the place for me.
I love some Northern Lights.
Yeah.
Your stuff is
But again,
gorgeous.
black and green and space and blues and purples and I went all with the sci-fi color schemes, like the cool colors, spacey, Northern Lights, blah blah blah. Sure, I sometimes show like a book and a coffee mock-up thing. Why not? But yeah, you can tell from the go, like you visit my content, whatever you go online, it's like that girl, yeah, she writes sci-fi. That Bruno girl, yeah, she writes sci-fi. You can tell, yeah. And I'm glad that I managed to figure that out on my own, being that I can barely see what I'm doing. I'm glad it worked, and I'm not doing something that seems to be off-brand. So like it will depend on the genre. For example, horror, from what I have seen in the horror community, darker tones, lots of black and red, gray. That kind of color palette goes well with horror sometimes.
Yeah, I like it when author tubers channels kind of match also what they're writing. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with the really pretty books and coffee mugs. They're actually very nice.
They are very pretty.
But
they are.
I like when I come to someone's channel, I'm like, oh, I know that they write mystery or they write horror, because it kind of like they have those author tube aesthetics, but they also have that other part of it.
They're signaling the potential reader what they're getting themselves into. It's like that. It's a horror author or it's a sci-fi author. Yeah, well, I don't really read sci-fi. Do I want to stay in for the ride or not? Because like you're signaling from the go what you're about. If you just do and again, nothing against the aesthetic of the books and coffee, because I follow a bunch of those on Instagram I love them.
They're gorgeous.
They are fantastic, but so many people are doing it. So many people are doing it. How are you going to stand out?
Yes, that's what it is. How are they standing out? So I know when I go to someone's channel who has done that, I'm like, I know who that is, and I know what they're working on, and it's kind of cool. I just like that.
I agree. I was going to jump in and say something about just branding overall, but something that I've noticed since getting on YouTube that's interested me, because I see a lot of people talking about AuthorTube and who the audience is for AuthorTube as opposed to who the audience is if you're trying to reach readers. And so 2 things on that. Number one, something that I found really interesting is when I go to folks' YouTube avatar, and then I go try to find them on social media, and it's a different picture, or they don't connect or relate to one another in any way, shape, or form, that doesn't make sense to me. Because unless you're trying to differentiate those 2 things, I should be able to go to Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever they are, and the moment someone sees a little homo guy in a pink shirt, they know it's me. Because it's the same exact picture in every single place, and it's intentional.
Mine's intentional too. Mine is saying more than one thing. That's a picture, but it's a cartoon picture. Yep. But I drew that.
Right.
And it's my picture on every social media thing. Sometimes I want to switch to my face, but I'm like, I didn't draw my face. And what am I selling? I'm trying to sell that, hey, I draw. And I'm making a comic.
And it makes sense because it's all the way across, right? And then there's a through line. So I think that makes
even on Twitter, which I don't do Twitter.
anywhere it is, just make it easy to see it and know who it is. The other thing I'd say, someone above said something about AuthorTube. The audience is writers. I totally agree with you. The thing I would say is what we're not talking about is scale. So the thing about writers being your audience is we're also readers. So the difference between someone who has 2,000 subscribers and Alexa Dawn who has 110 is when she's scaling the 10% of her subscribership that's going to buy her book or pre-order it, that means a second printing. Where when you're talking about 2,000 people and 10% of that's buying your book, that's 200. So we're just talking about differences in scale. Yes, it is different in that it's not just readers that are your AuthorTube, the people you're trying to attract. But at the end of the day, those writers are most likely readers. And the thing I'll say about writers is they are the world's best flippin' street team. So if you can get 5 or 6 writers to love your book and then go and talk to other writers and readers who love books, they're doing your work for you.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not about, how many you have. You just need a few to go out and evangelize your book for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whenever I'm on a live stream with Zara and she doesn't have her books, I'll reach right back and pop them up for her. I'm like,
right?
Yeah.
The problem with creators is they don't often do that for one another.
This is true.
I've tried, but it's difficult to get people to cooperate. And AuthorTube, as a rule, has certain precedents set. We learn from everybody. But sometimes you have to know what's going to be useful and what's not. Like I talked to, Lisa Daly, who's a best-selling author, and her channel is relatively small. And I'm like, man, if I was a writer just starting out, I'd be asking you all sorts of questions. Why aren't they coming to you with this? Because she's willing to answer them. And then I thought, it's because the people who established AuthorTube and who are the bigger AuthorTubers don't answer those questions. I saw a panel once where there was 4 of them sitting there, and they said, don't ask us questions. Unless we're on a panel like this and it's time for you to ask a question, then it's okay. And I'm like, who are you? You're
Yeah.
Yes, that's crap.
I don't like that kind of celebrity complex.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But
I
they
think
won't survive in the real world.
I'm just going to quickly plug next week's show since it is about community building.
Woo!
Just it seems an appropriate moment to quickly plug. On the 21st, we'll be talking about community building. There's essentially 2 communities that we're trying to build. Mm-hmm. One is your reader community. That is so that other readers can give word of mouth on your, early stories when they go out. The word of mouth grows, and it's going to grow ideally through readers to more readers. That's your reader community. And then the other community all of us need are fellow writers, because we need somebody to talk to when we're having a good day. We need someone to talk to when we're having a bad day. And sometimes we just need someone to talk to when we're like, I don't know what to do with these characters. They're like me. I had 2 characters stuck in a room for a literal year talking to each other, and I could not get them to go out on an adventure until we had one of those slumber party live streams about 2 months ago where Chandra did a tarot reading for my 2 characters of how to get them out of there. And it was this wonderful dynamic moment where we all as a group, everybody in chat and on screen talked, and we figured out how to get these blessed 2 characters out on an adventure. They had been stuck in this room for a year, y'all.
Can I plug her? I mean, Chandra's tarot. I mean, I've seen plenty of tarot readers. YouTube is full of tarot readers, general tarot readings. I've seen plenty. And after watching all of them, I follow like 3. 3.
Yeah.
And if I also know about Chandra's readings, and I have to say she's among the best that I have seen.
Yeah, she really is.
So that's why I say we need 2 communities as writers. We need our readers and we need our fellow colleagues to help us, to support us, and to promote us in their own way, as well as just to sort of, how do I say, inspire us. Like, I have asked several writers if I could be on their street teams for when their, various books premiere, because partly I want to know how to be on a street team, because I'm not entirely sure. I've watched a whole bunch of videos on it, and I don't know if it's true or not. So I'm essentially asking, please allow, would you mentor me by allowing me to be on your street team and help promote you? That is how good communities work. And so, yes, we're going to be talking about that next week if anybody would like to join us. So anyway, I'm done with my plug for my show.
CB, there's a comment that I want to point out here.
Someone say it.
That's about to give up because they don't get feedback on the writing.
Someone should take that.
Yeah.
Where's that? Oh, there it is.
Oh, thank you. I was scrolling and I wasn't reading fast.
Yeah, it's like I'm sick and tired of writing and not getting any feedback to my tiny mind. That suggests that it's something not something I can do, and I should give up already. No.
You shouldn't give up.
Do you have a critique group?
Yeah, I was going to say, come to critique group. I can get 5 people to talk to you all at once about your piece, all at one time.
I'm learning about being in a critique group because I never have, and I went to Barrett's.
I don't
have another
one.
I'm just watching.
Come learn.
Yeah, I don't have a critique group, but I have a couple of friends that sometimes I share some of what I'm doing. Yeah. But it would be fun to have a critique group again. I had the experience a couple of times. It was great. So yeah, I am one of those who has barely or almost never had a critique group as a whole. But if you find at least one person, that will become like a critique partner, or like someone who you can bounce off ideas, there is a person for you. Try to find someone in a similar, I wouldn't say genre, but like, for example, I care about prose. I will try to find another writer who also cares about prose, or who like language and word choice, and I bounce off of some ideas with that writer. At least that's what I'm trying to do. And if you, that's in the case that you cannot find a critique group, try to, and this is why branding is so important. Like word choice for me is when I write a caption, when I write a post, everything I do on Instagram, my captions are too long, sorry. I take that luxury because I'm targeting readers and they like reading, so I do that. But in other niches, they tell you, don't do that on Instagram. Captions are too long. I'm like, screw it, I'm a writer. That's what they want. So like branding is important because you will reflect your writing style in the way that you share yourself on social media, even if it's like small things, even if it's like a small caption, a tiny poem, anything, but it will reflect your personality, your writing style, the genres that you're trying to approach. It doesn't have to be just one. So try to find someone, if I try to get feedback from the AuthorTube fantasy group, I'm not going to get any either, because I'm writing something that doesn't really connect with that bigger crowd on AuthorTube. But I did find the person that I could share ideas with. And so I'm sure that there should be someone for you as well. Maybe you just looked in the wrong places, and there's nothing wrong with that. I did it for a long time as well. I'm still coming to terms with my mistakes on AuthorTube. So I say don't give up, because there is a place for you. I mean, if there's a place for me and what I'm doing, there's definitely a place for you. Come on, don't give up.
Stevie, I don't have a link to share, but I'm just going to tell you real quick. If you go to my channel, the first of the month is the deadline. Just send us 3 to 4 pages. My email is my name, BARRETT @barrettlaurie.com. And if you send it to me, we take so many, I think it's 10 every month. And on the second Thursday of the month from 5 to 7, I think we're going to move that forward to 4 to 6, which is why I don't have a link for you. But soon I will know this. But come, and you can either read it to the group or we'll read it for you, and you will get feedback from people there, because everybody gets feedback. So you'll get something, and it's worth coming and sharing what you have. And fan fiction is still fiction, so as long as it has fiction in it, then you're gonna fit right in. So
yeah,
that's an interesting
idea.
idea.
I didn't mean to jump on you, Robert. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's a cool channel idea. I think you have to dig for the AuthorTube that's beneath the AuthorTube that you first see when you come in. I mean, the YA fantasy, there's nothing wrong with that. They have their group, but as Dal has pointed out many times, you can go to them with something that's not YA fantasy and say, how does this sound to you? And they'll be like, well, I don't read that genre, so I can't comment. It's like, well, you're a writer, right? I mean, good writing is good writing. Genre specific has certain things, but good writing is still across the board. If you can't critique somebody's writing and say, well, this is good or bad or somewhere in the middle, then, something's not quite right there. And they give off kind of a signal that it keeps that bubble around them so they don't look like they're amateurs. But when you break through the bubble, they kind of are, and they just should, broaden.
Yeah. Where I happily admit I'm an amateur. If you give me something of yours to read, I will say, that's wonderful, you wrote it. Which is why I'm not a critique partner, because you wrote that. I'm like, that's amazing.
I'm opening my inbox if you want to send me something. When you feel better, when you feel like, because I understand the mindset, CB. I understand it very, very well. I had it. I struggled with it very often. And I understand why you're feeling the way you're feeling. I have been so close to quitting AuthorTube altogether more than 3 times just this month and the past month and on April. And yeah, so I mean, depression is a thing. I struggle with it. I am opening my inbox. You can send me something.
Yeah.
If you have, it's open. If you feel like you can share it with me, if you feel like you still have a grain of hope in you, which I'm sure you might have. There's no, I mean, if you write anything, it's because you love it. Otherwise, why would you write it? Like,
writing is a solitary job. I mean,
it really is.
It is, and it can be a very odd experience. If what you need in that moment is people, and instead you're writing. It can be an isolating experience even.
I wish I knew being taken seriously, CB.
Yeah. When I like it when you come into, I see you always on people's writing streams. You are writing. You're getting like amazing amounts of words. So that is writing that you are creating.
Mm-hmm. And not every critique group is a right fit for every person.
Right.
And so I think of it honestly like shopping around for relationships, other kinds of relationships, where you're trying to find a group that is a right fit for you. And, that can be several different groups before you find one. Honestly, I think in the last 10 years, I've gone through about 5 groups before I found someone who really understood me as a critique, who really got me. And it was truly out of left field. It was the last kind of person I frankly expected to be such an adept and talented editor and to give the feedback that really made sense for my story. And it was the last place I was expecting, quite honestly, which was here. I was not expecting someone from, that I had met in chat to be so adept at helping me edit a short story. But they were, and I had given up hope actually 3 years prior. I had tried so many groups and had really had some bizarre negative experiences, quite frankly. And most of those, like 4 out of those 5 groups were in-person groups. So they were people who live in the area or in the next state over. Because I had traveled pretty far to different critique groups. And just dud central. And it wasn't right fits for me is what it turned out to be. And so I had given up hope, and it was truly, they were like, oh, well, I'll help you. And I was like, okay, well, here's the Google Doc link. If you want. I was frankly not expecting anything, or I was expecting a lot of negativity like I had received prior from other people. And instead, Tom's like, did you see they put some comments in? And I was like, yeah, I've been putting it off all day. It's I'm just not ready for that emotional roller coaster. And he was like, you should go check. And it was like, I honestly, I might as well have been able to hear the clouds part and an angelic choir singing to me because as soon as I opened up and started looking at all the comments, like, oh, they understand. And also they have good comments about the jokes, how to improve it. Yes, finally. And as I said, I had given up 3 years prior, y'all. So I wouldn't have found it had not, everything happened, including the pandemic that led me to AuthorTube. And then I still had to be willing to give someone the Google Doc.
Yeah.
But when I'm just saying, even when we think we've given up, maybe don't quite give up. Maybe don't quite give up. Maybe just let your heart mend a little. Yeah. At least that's what worked for me.
Seriously, try Brett's critique group. I went just to observe, and I don't know what I was expecting, but it was so fantastic. I can't wait to go again and just sit in and watch until I feel comfortable giving them my work. But it was not what I was expecting, and they will read your work and give you good, honest, and there was no negative feedback, but there was genuine critique. They always found positive things to say, and then they gave genuine critique. So I would suggest he's offering, do it.
Good critique could be they should point out something positive that even the worst writer is doing, because everybody's doing something that, and you can't crush somebody if it was bad. You can't tell them everything that's wrong with it right off the bat.
Right.
Yeah.
Part of it, and then you tell them what they're doing right, because if they're not doing anything right, they're going to give up.
Yep.
And I have to go shortly, but my inbox is also always open. My channel is on hiatus, but my email is storydetective@gmail.com, and I look at people's writing all the time. I do developmental edits, but I don't charge to look at people's writing and answer questions. In fact, part of my channel is to educate people and help them. and craft, so they don't get ripped off by people that are out there charging, like thousands of dollars just to do line edits. And there's a lot of that. I've seen a lot of it, and I've seen friends waste thousands of dollars trying to get
Yes.
it. So
I can absolutely recommend Robert's channel if you want to learn some more writing craft. He has amazing videos, and Robert is truly a developmental editor. Robert and Tom combined are like a super powerhouse of developmental ed. I swear, I'm not being nice just because we're on a no. I have the experience of interacting with both of you. And I can tell both combined would be like, when are you guys opening your publisher? Because I want you to publish my work. That would be amazing. So I absolutely recommend it for anyone in the chat who is looking for content, like improving your craft, recommendations, tips, whatever. Robert has an amazing YouTube channel. If you haven't checked it out already, go watch it, go binge, because I promise you it's going to be wonderful, and you're gonna come out of those videos with a completely new perspective on writing craft that you didn't know existed, but you're glad you do now. It's wonderful.
well,
Robert doesn't need an outro. Boom.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
Robert, we got to talk about getting you a Vanity Earl on YouTube.
we're going to talk about what?
Getting you a Vanity Earl?
URL, yeah.
Yeah, you should update it to your name.
Yep.
Okay.
In your YouTube settings, your YouTube, the producer area, go in there and story detective that up. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the URL of your channel. Yeah.
Yeah, I should do
How long are you going to be on hiatus? Because
I'm on hiatus until I either move or decide I'm going to stick around here for a little while, and that's going to be over the next couple of months. I started my hiatus that was going to last a month, and it turned into a little bit longer. I ended
Into
up,
a year.
yeah, ended up having
A little bit longer.
jobs also to recover because last year was rough, and I do fibromyalgia, so I know what it's like to have those chronic problems that you talked about. But yeah, last year it was just getting bad, and I think it was because of all the stress going on in the world, and that exacerbates it. So I was going to take a little time off, but when I took time off, I started writing more and doing other things, and by the time I was recovering, I had like 30 things to do, and then there was the move, and it's just one thing after another. I am stockpiling videos for the future at this point. When I do come back, I'm starting a second channel, which is a lightsaber channel. Since I'm going to be doing more of that, I don't want to flood my writing channel with it. So I'm going to take the tech thing to the next level. Instead of just tech reviews, we're going to have tech repair and how
Tech repair and writing, more like tech and writing combined, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tech for writers, because a lot of writers can't afford to get a new computer, and computers aren't that difficult to repair, and I can show you basically how to upgrade your computer and make it work like basically new, and even clone your hard drive if you have to.
That's gonna blow up.
That is gonna.
yeah, I think so too. Yep. That's
So
going
that's
to be
the
really
next- good.
good.
So it'll be writing and tech for writers.
Woo! That's awesome. I'm
And
so
with
looking
that-
forward to those videos.
Yes,
As it's about dinner time, so it'll pass dinner time.
Okay.
Bye,
So
Robert.
good to see you, Robert.
Bye, Robert.
Bye.
See you later. Take care, everybody.
Stay well.
Hi, Robert.
Thank you. You too. Oops.
I believe Robert will be back on the 28th for promotion and marketing, y'all.
Yes, awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I mean, look at for example what he's doing with his branding. He was a tech story detective from the start. So like the name that he chose is already a combination of tech writing, tech for writers. He's just like taking it up a notch next time he comes back to AuthorTube. So like that's another thing. Like I only have my name as my name is Dal Cecil Bruno. That's all I have. But for example, if you want to combine, because this is the thing with AuthorTube as just AuthorTube, you're going to stay small for quite a long time unless you do something like really special and super trendy. Now, there is, I wouldn't say shortcut, but there is like a way for people to get a little bit more recognition, and that is niche combination. Like when you combine more than just AuthorTube, like Robert does, like Savvy does, because Savvy is all over the place, but her channel blew up because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so
it's funny when I check her analytics, she does get a lot from AuthorTube, but her real growth has been MLM.
Yeah.
When you watch her like sub and her view growth, it's on words that are strictly MLM. I mean, not that her AuthorTube stuff isn't doing well. It is. I'm just saying.
It is because people stay around for the writer content as well. Because she mixes it up with like, I'm a small business. I am a writer, owner of a small business, and I expose scammy small business or like businesses in general. Well, that's how she combined it in a cohesive way, even though it might look like it's chaos, but it's not really. When you look deeper,
once you find your audience and you can tap into that audience and they'll keep coming back, the analytics aren't going to be able to mess with you anymore.
Agreed.
And I think one of the booktubers with Cindy has completely blown up. She went from booktube, she's now lifestyle, but I still go to her for her books and her reviews, and she does like TV shows. So I still go to her for that. I'm not going to unsubscribe because now she's doing all the lifestyle stuff. So it's not impossible. When you're a smaller channel, it is going to be rougher because you're still trying to get those numbers. I don't know how many subs Savvy had at the time that she switched over. I just remember her doing the video about it, but I think she already had a lot. She had a lot. She already was very popular.
So she was over 3,000. Blinkerbell, I just want to, because these are great points she's making. Can I just say to your topic about lots of different topics? I think you're right. I think you can do any topic under the sun. And my background was in communications for campaigns. So my job was to get the campaign that I was working on, that website, and anyone who was involved with it up the Google search algorithm. And YouTube is a search engine. It's not really a social media website. So if you think of it from the concept of being a search engine, what you've got to remember is it doesn't really matter the content topic. It matters whether people can watch all the content back to back. So are you using all the functions YouTube gives you, like playlists, for example, so that when someone lands on your channel and they start watching one video, is that going to lead to the next 100 videos that you have in your queue? And will they naturally go from one video to the next? So I think you're right. Like if you go to my channel, I'm about to hit 1 year. I just hit 100 videos. I have 23 videos from when I just started that are me in drag doing advice column stuff, because that's what I started doing on here when I was locked up in 2020, because I had turbines, a lot of angry energy, and I went to my 17,000 Twitter followers and said, okay, ask me anything and I will answer your questions over on YouTube. And that was how I started. And although that was the beginning, I quickly pivoted to the other things that started working for me and I started getting traction with, which was my Chrome stuff. And then the AuthorTube stuff, I started ranking in search. So I think it's more about figuring out, kind of trying things, definitely while you're smaller, so that when you get to the size of Mia, you know your thing, so that you know how to lean into what works for you, what your audience responds to, and what they don't. Because I've already tried that while I'm still under 300, for example, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm following the advice on trying the Instagram stuff.
Yeah,
because I did branding when I started. Because apparently, because of the feedback that I got that my branding was very strong back in the day when I started AuthorTube, and I had that kind of life circumstances where I could do the silhouette thing, and people were like, whoa, your branding is really strong. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't know that. Okay, I guess I can talk about branding after all. How am I doing this thing? So, but I haven't done it since. So maybe I should just go back to that. It's like, how the hell is this blind person doing the whole branding thing well? How in the world? How on earth is that even a thing? So maybe just the controversy of a blind person doing it could make it interesting. I don't know. We will see. It's like outside of writing, I never know what else to do with my life on social media. It's like writing and that's it.
Try different things and see what picks up while you're small. Try try different things, see what people come for, see what they like. And then when you find that thing that people like, do a lot of that to get your subscribers up. Like I said, when I took all my stories down and I said, I'm going to actually try and write this and publish it and make it something real, I didn't know if people were going to stick around or if I was going to lose 2,000 subscribers. And I didn't lose I lost maybe 50 decided to leave on their own. And then the rest of them went through that weird purgy thing. But most of them stayed. They're just like, it doesn't cost them anything to stay. So they're like, whatever, we'll wait. Yeah. And I try to just occasionally put something up that I know that they will enjoy. It's not really AuthorTube anything, but it's something that I know that they'll enjoy. If I want to keep blowing up, I can just keep putting a bunch of short stories on there. But I'm going to use up all of my time coming up with short stories when I'm trying to use my time to be a writer and actually write some novels. So it's a time thing. Yeah. And the stories that I write, I can't publish them on YouTube and then try to publish them also. It's like I've got to do one or the other. So I've got to figure out my time. So that's why I'm not going to keep posting them, even though I've aged them up and done some reworking. I actually want to publish them, and people are going to wait for them or they're not. And so far they seem like they're waiting for them. And who knows, in the meantime, I might find something else that ticks me up another 1,000 or 2,000, subscribers. And so then I'll have another thing. I'm not just saying, oh, well, I don't publish short stories anymore, so that's over. No, I'm not doing that. I'm still giving my short story subscribers little tidbits to hang on to. I'm doing the AuthorTube thing right now. I'm trying to work out Twitch, which is a struggle, but I'm enjoying it.
Twitch is a struggle for me too.
But because I'm starting Twitch as AuthorTube, I'm used to not having to do much and people just coming and subscribing. And I'm like, oh, I actually have to do something to make these people come and subscribe. So it's a struggle. And Twitch it's different. You have to constantly be live streaming a lot, and I don't have that kind of time. So I'm like, I've got 2 hours, and maybe occasionally I can hop on with other people, but that's the time that I have. So that's why I simulcast when I do Twitch, so that I have something here on YouTube constantly going up to keep YouTube happy. That I'm trying to appease the Twitch, whatever it is on Twitch that is going to make you tick up. Because in May, I think I streamed twice in May. No subscribers. It was like dead silence. I was like, I hit 50 and I was like, let me take a little break. I'm leaving my videos up on Twitch. Nothing. I think I got like maybe 4 subscribers in May. Right. And now I just barely hit over 100. But other people that started relatively around the same time as I did that didn't take May off are like double what I'm at. So
I want to point out
a little break makes
things.
A huge difference on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch is difficult. I struggle with that. I want to point out a couple of things in the comments. Nikki, maybe not lupus. I have a friend with lupus, also a writer. Just that because of time constraints and chronic pain, she doesn't have a YouTube channel. She doesn't do the social media thing very much. But I do know someone with lupus who is also a writer, and yes, it does influence your writing a lot. Look at Barrett. You can speak for that. You also are a Crohn's warrior, and you are open about it, and you make videos about it. So like chronic illness is very much a thing. And another thing that I wanted to point out, because the comments are blowing up quite hard, Maggie, I have a solution for you about Instagram that you can do from your laptop. So like if you want to send me a message, I can give you the whole masterclass.
Yes,
please don't be afraid to send me a message on wherever you're comfortable, and I will definitely hit you up and tell you like how you can do your Instagram from your laptop and all the stuff.
Yep. Yeah, Kat, I totally got that. That's one of the things I had to figure out, Kat, is that Twitch is not the same. You can't just make something and leave it up and think that the Twitch people are going to be happy. No. You got 15 days on your videos, unless you highlight it, and they're coming for live streams. Twitch people are coming for live streams, and so you have to know your platform. And I'm very comfortable on YouTube. When I was making the transition of my channel from writing short stories to doing AuthorTube, I felt very comfortable in it, that I knew enough that it was going to be okay. With Twitch, every time I'm like, oh gosh, I hope I at least get a couple followers or subscribers. You have to get subscribers over there. It's like
hosting streams, for me, hosting a stream is kind of overwhelming. And this is why Twitch is a struggle for me. And that's why I have a Twitch. And I never really did much with it because it's overwhelming. And I need my solo. When I write alone. I don't do the community writing thing. Doesn't work for me. I get very distracted. I listen to everything and everyone, and I'm looking around and like reading the comments, and I cannot do that. I'm not going to write a single word in a stream. It rarely happens, almost never. So I write solo. And that's why Twitch is kind of like a no-no for me, even though I opened up the Twitch account, but no. I try out new things. If it's not comfortable, it's totally okay. At least no one is going to take your username. I see it that way.
I think different types of media do better on different platforms. Like my TikToks, where I read my micro horrors, in 36 hours, I got 1,000 views. Combined, I have like 30 on the YouTube shorts that I've put up. So like, obviously it does way better on TikTok, but I don't know how to convert those views into subscribers on TikTok. Like that hasn't panned out, but like test out different mediums for your different ideas and see where it takes off.
I tried TikTok as well. I try everything. It's like, okay, let's check out this new thing. Let's see how that goes. TikTok was notoriously, like, she's uncomfortable. You can tell she's uncomfortable. She doesn't like being on the platform because I have to show my face. What else am I going to do on TikTok? I tried the blind style TikTok shit. Doesn't work. TikTok doesn't really, it kind of restricts you because it's not a video. It's just, you're just talking. And the screen is black because it's a blind video. You don't say shit. Mm. And TikTok, I don't know, it suppressed it. It didn't do much with it. So I was like, okay, this is not really working. So I started showing up my face in content that doesn't disappear in 24 hours. And I was like, after a while, I got really uncomfortable. And I was like, no, this is overwhelming. I don't like it. So try it out. If it doesn't work, it's okay. At least you tried. And if people want to find you there, and just make sure that you leave a redirecting link or something to redirect them where you're at, so they can still follow you elsewhere if they found you on Twitch or TikTok or whatever. Redirect them elsewhere, but you tried.
Yeah, like Twitch is fun. I enjoy doing it. I don't have enough time to do it as much as I really feel like if I want to grow. I don't have, because the one day that I have 4 hours, I spent it with you guys because you guys are so much fun. And that's what I would rather be doing.
Yeah.
I'd rather be sitting with you guys chatting than on a stream by myself.
Same. I prefer to come here.
Exactly. I'm like, why would I live stream on my own when I can go hang out with other people that are live streaming?
That's literally like the reason we live stream, is just to like be able, because like I had the hardest time early in the pandemic to get people to coordinate to even like Zoom or anything with me. And I was like, this is for the birds. I am tired of this stuff. But, I found like if I made an appointment, if I set a date and time and was like, I'll be here, will you? Like, it was more likely, although I still wasn't getting like people I knew to actually show up. So hence, I was like, well, if I can't get people I know to come, how about we just live stream it? Hence YouTube. But, that was the whole nother thing. I just wanted to point out with Twitch, it is possible to make your fellow friends editors, and they can help you run behind the scenes in the dashboard. So you don't have to give up your password or anything for them to be able to do that. So I just wanted to point that out for people, because I think it's a really wonderful way that it doesn't have all the strain. It doesn't have to be on one person trying to do so many multitasking things, which is stressful.
and visual things.
It's a lot. Yes. It's a lot. Look, it's a lot for me, and I just have ADHD and like a million other problems. But anyway, you know, I am also somebody who's known to make a lot of people mods and editor because I'll forget to do stuff. It's like, hey, did you know you're an editor now on my Twitch account? You can just edit the tags because I'll forget.
Yeah, I just made the little emotes and all of that stuff, and it was so much fun to do these things because, you know, anything that has to do with drawing, I'm like,
great point, Kat.
Watching the emote videos because I'm like, okay, how do I do this? And the whole time I was like, does Nia know? Does Nia know all about this? This seems like
I know now. Yes,
this seems like so right up Nia's alley. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to get out the whack-em. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
I am going to get out our tiny whack-em. Yes, I have that.
We have a teeny tiny whack-em that's like, what is it now? 15 years old? It's ancient. It was ancient when we got it.
Mine's like 6 years old. I can't even go back to it because there's a slight lag, and there's no lag on the iPad. I'm like, I can't go back. I must do this on the iPad. So I had to figure out how to do it, which is a different process because you got to shrink it down to this little tiny thing. So Twitch is a lot of fun. It's just more time consuming than I have to grow fast. So I'm going to have to accept that if I don't collab a lot with other people, that I'm just going to end up growing slower. And that's okay.
It is okay.
And I have to be okay with that.
It is really okay. It is okay to grow at our own pace. Like, okay, y'all know you're on neurodivergent, right? This is the neurodivergent channel. And as a neurodivergent, we do not grow in the milestones that everyone else says are typical, be it for children,
anyone,
or for adult life. We're not growing at that pace. We're going to grow at our own pace.
Anyone with a disability of any kind. You don't have to put yourself up to the same standards of a person who has no disability or neurodivergence whatsoever. You are different. It's okay. You own it, and you work at your own pace.
And you're not a hero, and you're not a hero for feeling like you have to rise to someone who is completely healthy and has every advantage.
Yeah, they don't have any roadblocks. They don't have any of the things. They don't have to grapple with being different in a world that's one size fits all, and it's not your size. They don't have to grapple with any of that. And apparently they have tons of energy, which I hear that. I don't know if I believe
Allegedly, it's nice. Let us know.
I'm like, I think that's a legend. I don't think that's real. But I've been told they have boundless energy, and then they complain they're so tired. And I'm like, what's that like? What's that like, getting things done without like needing to take a break from washing dishes? What is that like? It sounds quaint to me. But it's okay to grow at your own pace, and everyone else's mile markers and benchmarks, just ignore it, you know? Because how can you be sure if it's a real benchmark or mile marker, or if it's just an arbitrary made-up one anyway? None of us can be sure. So just ignore it. That whole keeping up with the Joneses, that is destructive.
It's very destructive.
It's also going to stunt your growth, I think, in this community. Yes. For me, when I look around this community, what I see is the people that I want to interact with and the people that you'll see me on their channels. So here's a key for anyone on my channel. Just because someone's on my channel does not necessarily mean I love them. So if I know I'm on their channel, then you know that I want to take my brand where they're going. So that's the brand thing. So, but I think the thing I've learned the most is if you're open to talking to other people and that community, sense of community, where you go to other, if someone comes to your video and comments on your video, take 20 minutes of your life and go over to their channel and check out their content and build them up too. And like their show them the love that they're showing you. And just do that every once in a while and pay it forward. And the long game that you're talking about, Glory, has been what I've seen in baby doses on my little channel. When you watch the growth of your channel in a year, from subscribers to views to reach, whatever, it should be snowballing and getting bigger. And that's because each video you put out there and each time you put something new, you're leveling up, you're getting better, your skills are better, you're meeting people, you're connecting with new people, and you're growing that reach. So, I'm as guilty of it as the next person, but for those in the comments talking about energy, this thing none of us have.
I know, it's like I've just heard tell of it. I've never actually experienced it in my life, let alone painfully. Literally,
I have like a heating pad the size of a truck tire around my
first memory as a toddler is of being in pain and being like, why does everything hurt? My mother going, it's just called life, deal with it. Yeah. Like that is literally my first memory.
Like, you have diarrhea, eat a banana. Like bananas were the answer to Crohn's for the
first
time. Yeah.
Oh my god.
A banana or an apple. I always heard eat like applesauce.
Yeah,
and I'm like, does that block up other people? Anyway, right. That's something else.
So all I would say to anybody out there is, and I'm as guilty of it as the next, is we create our content. So the thing I'm trying to be mindful of, especially with my chronic illness content, is for it not always to be happy. And I film on happy, good days. And so what I love about Megan McCarthy's chronic illness tag is that it gave an opportunity to kind of talk about the things that aren't always the sides we show people. And so, mad props to the people who are willing to put it all out there, the good and the bad, because I have been guilty of falling into the habit of putting on the good days, and then people assume that I'm doing that thing where it's like, oh, you don't look sick and you're always so chipper. And well, yeah, because I filmed 4 weeks ago when I could sit down.
Yeah.
And so it is.
Which is what's one of the reasons why I never talk about what I have, because I'm like, people will look at me like, yeah, okay, right. You can't feel your whole left leg. Sure, fitness instructor, whatever. So I just don't talk about it.
Right.
I'm like, I'm more concerned about
that's interesting
getting criticism.
You have to be careful not to trip or have your leg go out of you, especially if you're teaching fitness. Like I'm like, ooh, she's so coordinated. This is amazing.
Now the people that come to my fitness classes, when they come and they tell me, oh, I have trouble with this, and I say the reason why I show you all of these modifications is because I have this nerve damage where I can't feel my entire left leg, or I can feel it. I want to be clear. It always feels like it's falling asleep. And sometimes it's worse. Like it'll feel like this, or it's numb. One of the two.
Wow.
So it's just always pins and needles, or
always pins and needles, and or feels like I can barely feel it. So I did have to, after my car accident, I was told that I could get a cart, and I said, oh no. But I also don't want it to come off as ableist, because it was a lot of work. I had people helping me, coming into my fitness classes, co-teaching with me to help me get, just so that I wouldn't have to quit until I was able to teach without being afraid I'm going to fall over.
And that's a lot of wonderful support, and I'm glad you got it. But also, like, honestly, I'd love for you to talk about it. I think, because as you noticed, there's a lot of chronic illness.
I got nervous. I started shaking. I'm like, oh, I'm sharing the things.
Have you noticed there's a lot of chronic illness in our chat? There's a lot of chronic illness, week to week on screen. And, this is like, if a Venn diagram, there's definitely like chronic illness, and there's neurodivergence. And then there's like, hi, welcome to the crossover. It's not what I was expecting, but here we are. Because this is the kind of place that we try to make it where people feel free and safe to share their struggle. And nobody is like pitying and nobody's othering, because we're all in this together going, hey, did you know I was trying to carve out a life despite the odds?
Yeah.
Fun.
It's like,
when it's not like where y'all asked me backstage before the show, like, how you feeling? I was like, oh, I am not well. I've got, and I was like, hey, it's got kidney stones. I got cramps because my period started, and I have PCOS, so it's very painful.
Oh my God.
And I'm just not feeling it. But we're here. I show up when I say I'm going to show up, even if it's like I'm just going to lean back, which y'all saw about an hour of me just going, I'm going to eat, because I hadn't eaten all day because of the pain. But I'm feeling better because y'all all showed up, and you've all been wonderful, and it has given me so much, happy hormones.
Yeah.
That I, even though, I'm still having cramping, and I'm not feeling it as much, because that's what building a support community does for us.
It is like no one in here others anybody, because like, for example, I have the problem. I still don't know what it is, but no one ever tells me. Also, my location. No one knows anything about anything. And I have sleeping, like no chronological clock or whatever, no circadian rhythm whatsoever. And this year I have been struggling really, really hard to keep a pattern, and like drinking coffee, but like with restrictions, and making sure that I don't ingest caffeine at certain hours, and forcing myself to fall asleep with some boring and very, 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 very long video that I'm not necessarily interested in the content. I just want to put it to sleep. And, you know, and like forcing myself to sleep more or less at a certain. Do you think I sleep every night from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.? No, but I'm trying to have a normal schedule, because like what if I ever needed to get a 9 to 5 to sustain my life, to do the regular fully able person's thing for a while? I need to sleep like a normal person. I don't know how, but I'm trying and I'm pushing forward. You know what people tell me when they want to other me? It's like, "Hey, you're just lazy." I'm like, lazy? Okay, buddy, do what you want. But I know it's not laziness. I don't remember a single time of my life before this year, and not even this year, but like before this year, I don't remember a time of my life when I spent 2 nights in a row sleeping like a normal person. Never, ever. The night that just happened was like a miracle, and I was like, I slept like a normal human. Forget about it the next night. It's not gonna happen. This year, fighting it. So maybe I should do that chronic illness tag, even though I don't know the name for my thing.
Yeah. I think it's still valid. I think people need to know that they're not alone in also not knowing what's going on. But, you know, when we know someone else in that world is out there and they can kind of understand what we're experiencing, it doesn't feel so alone, you know, because loneliness kills in its own way.
It really does. I have been close more than 3 times in my life. I've been very, very close.
I mean, like with my Ehlers-Danlos, mine is very hypermobile. I'm overly flexible, and it's been a real blessing for me to have like Tom in my life, that I could say when he's like, "Well, how'd you sleep?" I'm like, I was cold all night because I could not stand to. When let me explain. When my period's about to start, suddenly all my tendons become like putty. And I can dislocate or partially dislocate joints left and right. And so sometimes when I have my period, I can't have like blankets on my toes or they'll dislocate while I sleep.
Oh, wow.
And I've told coworkers before where they're like, "Are you okay?" You know, I'm hobbling. And I'm like, "Yeah, I partially dislocated 2 toes in my sleep." And they're like, "That is literally not even possible." Versus when I tell my brother, he's like, "Do you want me to pet you a little?" Like, yes, I just want to be petted. Just pet me and not question the validity of my pain. And so it is such a blessing. Like, yeah, that I can only imagine how for others where they don't have anyone in their life who can relate, that it's a very isolating experience. So that's why I think this chronic illness tag that Megan's been working on and that everybody's going to get to participate or is participating in is so important, because then we can see, like, even if my chronic illness is nothing like your chronic illness, I know that you get the struggle.
You get it.
That you get when I say, "I've had 3 dislocated toes this week, but I'm doing better than last week," that you can be, "Oh, I'm sorry, but also yay," you know, like, and understand. Please do cheer. Please.
There is an understanding when we open up about those things, and like bringing it back to branding, it really is a part of us.
It is a part of us.
This is why maybe I don't show my face very often, but this is why I'm so open about being blind, because I showed my face a couple of times. I'm not comfortable with it, but I did, because I started getting the questions like, "But if you're doing all the stuff that you're doing, how come you're blind? You're faking it." And the most ironic of all, it's that it happened under one of those YouTube polls, the community polls from Avatar: The Last Airbender, where Toph was one of the options, and I just commented that I'm like a real life version of Toph. And then people started saying that I'm fake because I was owning my blindness, just like Toph. And they said, "Oh, it's fake." And I was like, "Okay, buddy." I mean, and you call yourself an Avatar fan? Wow. Serious.
Mhm.
Yeah. So people will do that. One thing is a fictional character, and then there's me, and that's why I showed my face a couple of times. If you really want to look it up, you can see me. You can find me somewhere. I'm not exactly beautiful to look at, but I'm not ugly either. It's like I'm just me. I'm just not comfortable showing my funny looking eyes all over social media because people bully. It's a very real thing, and I wouldn't give them the chance to do it. That's all. I'm taking care of myself and my mental health, but I did it just to open up that, hey, I am blind. I really am. If you look at my eyes, they look funny. And yeah, it's just a part of me. And I own it. And it really influences the way that I write my stories, the way that I create my characters, the way that I describe things, and how I develop a story more on the psychological aspect instead of just telling you the color of the curtains, for example. So it really comes out of you in the ways that you least expected. Everything that's a part of you, chronic illness, no chronic illness, your cultural backgrounds, your languages, your whatever life experiences, good and bad, they will all come at some point in your writing. So I think that making it a part of your brand, it only strengthens your authenticity, which is something that people are looking for.
Yeah, I love when I
guess.
find out who like has a chronic illness, because I feel like, oh, they get it. So if I'm honest with them, if they ask how are you doing and I'm honest, instead of saying fine, which is always my initial knee jerk, just say fine and move on. But if I know that if I'm honest with somebody who is dealing with a chronic illness of some nature, that they will understand when I go, it's not that great, but I'm glad to be here. That they actually understand. That means, hello, I've saved up all my spoons for this moment because I want to be here with you.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
I feel like I can be, if anything, more honest, less masking. And I look forward to that. I love it when I know who has what are they dealing with, so that I essentially judge how unmasked can I be around them, so that I can have a more honest exchange with anybody. Because I'm at this age where I'm like, I am so tired of repackaging everything I think and feel and want to say for the like mainstream crowd. I'm over it. I want to be myself, but I want them to be understood rather than merely tolerated.
Absolutely.
And
Hey, Aphrodite.
hi, sweetie.
Aphrodite, so good to see you.
And that's what I love about like our little community here on AuthorTube, this little corner of AuthorTube, if you will. That like I told Tom, I had no idea where to find people. Tom knows. I've literally been saying for 30 years, where are the good people in this world, and why can I not find them in more than one or two in any like town? And Tom's like, I don't know. And then I'm like, turns out I just need to get a laptop and get on AuthorTube to actually find all these people. Sure, I have to go all over the planet for them, but luckily I can do it for my own home, and it is amazing. Bear, I never know how I would have found you otherwise. Nia, Doll, Laura, I have no idea how I would have found you any other way than here. Like, I don't know how our lives could have possibly intersected.
I concur.
Yeah,
But,
same.
like, y'all don't know how much, like, just knowing, like, when y'all are, like, Instagram messaging back and forth, I'm just like, this is the best. This is so wonderful. Like, I wish this for everyone, but particularly anybody struggling. I really wish this for everyone. Maybe not the jerks, but everyone here in chat, everybody on screen, everybody we know and love. Because I really think good things are coming out of our corner of the community. I genuinely believe that.
I think so too. And all the crap about AuthorTube being dead, don't believe it.
Oh, that's so, yeah, what a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Not you saying it,
I do actually have an idea for the marketing, I guess. For the for those videos you were talking about maybe doing.
Yeah.
Which is just saying something akin to strategies to make images when you're partially sighted. Like, essentially give people why would they be interested in the video? And it's, well, I make a lot of images and I do it when I don't see that well. I mean, truth be told, if I had more energy, I would probably have already made a video or two on how to do basic video editing with the least amount of energy, except I'm really tired and I don't even have that energy. And then I've also got a similar one for how to batch edit in Photoshop all your photos when you don't have a lot of energy, but you need to make something presentable for your client. And you're not sure if your monitor is even working. So here's how you read the image and the histogram to just make an image most people will say is great. It doesn't actually take that much. I've had to work on those strategies because I'm tired so often.
Yeah, y'all. I mean, like, honestly, I'm working on Twitch and monetization on YouTube and working on, publishing, mostly so that, like, Tom doesn't have to go out and work, because I know that y'all will absolutely love his content once we can afford for him not to be doing food delivery. And that's, like, where these goals are, which, I mean, I'm just going to mention Barrett has been mentoring me, and there are now affiliate links down below at the very bottom of this show's description. If anybody should possibly ever want to order something through Amazon, you could click on one of those links. By the way, we did list the products that we really love. Just so you know, like the monk fruit, which is technically it's not an artificial sweetener, it's from a real plant. And it has helped me so much with managing my blood sugar. Apparently, it also made you more things. There are empirical data on that. So we linked, as well as Tom and Mai's love of post-installation bidets, because you don't know clean till you know bidet clean, y'all. I'm just saying, like,
especially with hot water.
Which
you want hot and cold water
bidet, y'all. You need like that warm water thing, and you will feel so civilized. Well, and if anybody does order one and needs help installing, we'll be happy to get on Zoom with you. We will hold your hand across the internet because we want you to have this level of cleanliness.
They want your touch clean too. And I can say this, but they can't because it's their affiliate links. However, if you happen to want something that's not one of the things they listed, if you click that link and shop while you're there, you don't have to buy that purchased item, but they will get credited for your purchases in the cart. They can just not say that because it's their affiliate links. So
thank you.
I think you can see everything that people have bought through your link, because one of the YouTubers I follow did a review of why are you guys buying all these things on my link?
Yes, you can't. Yes,
yeah, you don't know who is buying it. You don't know who is buying it. You just know what is being bought.
You know what's being bought. You don't know who. So yes, they will see. Like, for instance, if someone's hopping on and buying very adult things,
do it to surprise them.
Yeah, I would have lots of opinions because y'all know I used to sell it. So I'll be like, oh,
please tell me you put Boo Boo cream down there.
I did not. I didn't even think about it.
What? We had an entire discussion. I cannot tell you how many people I literally discussed that with last week.
I think you should absolutely tell the Boo Boo cream stories. I was not feeling well this week. It was like, let me just get the live stream set up and do this thing because I told her.
But you will add the Boo Boo cream. You'll add it.
You'll make about 4 cents a tube. However, I feel like for branding purposes, it really is part of the brand.
I will. Absolutely, since it really does reduce inflammation. If you've ever been stung by a whole hive of wasps, you will appreciate Boo Boo cream. My ex-husband saved his life, frankly, because we didn't have insurance at the time, so he couldn't go to the hospital. But anyway, that is neither here nor there. I just wanted to say, hey, it's down below. I actually did a thing because, if we're not worrying about rent and electricity, Tom can actually make the content that I know you all will love. That's the goal.
Tom's guide to, what was it? Smoking and deep frying.
Tom's smoked chicken, y'all. It's so good. The first time I had it, I was like, I thought you were smoking chicken. He said, yeah, I did. And I was like, this tastes like ham. He's like, it's chicken thighs for. That's how good, y'all. It was so succulent. I mean, it was just, the dog would do any trick possible for this. Like, literally, it brought her back to life for 3 extra years. She was on death's door. She lived 3 extra years just for all the smoked chicken and smoked
Wow.
brisket. Like, you have no idea. He's so talented.
Oh, she really did.
I mean, like, that sounds odd, but it really, this dachshund was like, I'm not ready to go yet. The vet was like, you need to say your goodbyes. We saw her blood panel results. She was on death's door, but she was like, no, I'm repairing these kidneys. I need more smoked meat. So, anyhow, Aphrodite, when do you come on the show? There, I just made it totally public. Yep, we got to get Tom some time off from work so we can make this excellent content.
Yes. Food truck.
Oh gosh, yes, I would love that.
Yep.
Since they just made food trucks legal in my state. They
What?
were
Food trucks were illegal?
They were illegal in the entire state of Mississippi up until like the pandemic, I think.
Let me make sure I've got this straight. They had time for Jim Crow, but didn't have time for food trucks.
Do you know yet what, like, this weird place I live that cannot afford to escape? It's a very odd place. That's why it burst so many writers, because you're like, my brain cannot hold all this. I need to write this out. This is
Like,
straight fiction.
How do you not have food trucks? Like,
They were illegal, except during carnivals and state fairs and county fairs.
What about ice cream trucks? You guys had to have ice cream trucks. It's the South, for
So they
crying out.
had to be pre-made, and you cannot have like fresh ice cream machine.
Scoop.
You could only, like,
Yeah, it couldn't be scooped.
have the-
Only the packaged ice
Oh,
cream.
only big package. Bummer.
So there were very few ice cream trucks. Like, there would be like maybe one per 50,000, maybe.
Wow.
There were very few ice cream trucks, to the point that when we lived up in Oxford, Mississippi, as teenagers, I had come back from boarding school. I was homeschooling because the superintendent wouldn't. I had skipped a grade, and the superintendent wouldn't let me continue, where I should be. He required me to go and redo the grade I skipped, and I was like, I'll just get a GED. Bye bye. And so I was homeschooling while working 60 hours a week, babysitting and nannying. Sometimes there would be an ice cream truck that would go through at 1 p.m. And every time I'm like, oh, the ice cream truck is here. My father's like, no, it's a trap. What do you mean it's a trap?
Take
The
me.
children are in school, Glory. This is a trap. I'm like, who is this? There's no truant officer, because Fayette County would not pay for a truant officer.
Oh.
He's like, it's a trap. This is, yeah.
Was it a
And so
trap?
every time I hear Pop Goes the Weasel, I'm like, it's a trap. Do the children know? Oh, wait, wrong century. Okay.
But was it a trap though?
Like, I would have gone down with that trap. I'd have been like,
I'd have been caught.
I'm ready. You can take me. Here I go.
I'm
Here's
just
some
saying,
50 cents.
let that be a writer prompt for anybody who would like to write that.
Just reminds me of the child catcher. Is that
Yeah,
Nelson
that's exactly
Brimstone
what I
or
was like.
something?
Yeah, I grew up watching Chitty Chitty Baby. It's
That's
a
what it
trap.
was.
And Dad said it's like the child catcher. I don't know what they're trying to do, but why are they trying to like call out the children when everyone's in school but you?
Your dad's right. Oh my
I mean,
God.
y'all, NAMBLA was still roaming back then in the early 90s.
It's true.
So I'm just
Aphrodite.
saying,
It's a trap.
it's a trap.
It's a trap.
Why would the ice cream truck be running before school lets out?
Kids don't
Oh,
get
okay.
home till 3 o'clock, and the truck is out here at 1. Mm-mm. Your dad's totally right. That's totally
So
sus.
enjoy that writing prompt. It's gonna be in the back of your brain for the rest of your life until you write it. Please be sure to share with me. I totally want to read all y'all's theories of what it was. All your fictional stories. Fictional. It's Southern. We'll call it. No one has to know this actually happened to a real life human being. It's a Southern tradition that we write our real life and we call it fiction. That's a Southern thing.
Mm-hmm.
And on that branding, shall we about wrap up? Would anyone like to do an outro, or do we have more to say? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not reading the room right.
No, I think we
I
did
think this has
good.
been awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to next week. Someone asked, can you repeat what next week's subject is?
Next week, we are going to talk about community building, the two important communities for any writer, your writer community and your reader community. We're going to
Yes.
build both. On the 21st, of course, Zara will be joining us. There are openings if anyone would like to join us on the 21st on screen.
Since this is exactly what I'm doing right now, I might do that.
You might. Is that a definite yes? Because I have a pencil.
Yes, I think I'm free. I will make sure. I try to reserve Monday after. This is sad, guys. I'm like, I can't do anything Monday after.
I do the same thing. I separate Mondays for this.
I'll be in
And
community.
also
Yeah.
since Lisa Daly
I have to.
Lisa Daly also switched her schedule of streamings from Wednesday to Monday. So I basically have 2 streams on Mondays now, and I reserve it. I cannot always be here because sometimes I have other things going and I can't really make the time that Monday, but that's like very specific stuff. Or if I feel like I cannot contribute anything at all to the topic, movies, because I don't watch them, and I feel like I cannot do this very well. But in those cases, I will be in the chat or lurking. But I enjoy this very much, a lot.
Carrie is volunteering.
Carrie, I'm writing Carrie down. Okay, Barrett. Oh no, Barrett's on a conversation. Barrett's doing the Hollywood thing. He's like in a meeting while he is also negotiating, and I love it.
My husband went to the grocery store and couldn't remember what I told him he wanted, and so he called me to ask which kind of Tylenol I needed.
I love it. I think it's adorable. Did you say earlier? You said something and you cut out. And I couldn't tell. Were you saying you'd be in the community or you?
I'll be here. Yes, if you need people for community, I would love to be here for community. I have feelings.
Barrett, you know, I always love seeing
feelings in chat as well. If you have
I feel like I have been a diabolical mastermind in coming up with this whole show format just to pretty much like snare Barrett. And of course, like it's like, oh, it's nice to know I can also get a Nia anytime. I'm like,
nice.
Well, it's always
Are you kidding? I'm like, Glory, you need any help talking about this topic? Because I'm available.
I'm enjoying this very much. I hope I can contribute good stuff, because like my thing is that I always want to be useful somehow. So I enjoy being here, and hopefully, I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm like, I know that a lot of people want to do more things on their channel, and they're like, how and can I still grow? And is YouTube just gonna throw me out because the algorithm? And I'm here to tell you, you can make it work. Just be patient.
You can. I mean, look at my channel. Like all I have done is live stream, and I uploaded one short story. That's all I have ever done on this channel. And I've been growing, maybe not at the rate other people think I should, but that's what I think of other people. Whatever, okay? I've never grown at any rate that other people thought I should be growing at. I didn't learn the time I used until I was 9, and I'm, but I did get there eventually.
Yeah, and playlists are your friends. I'm telling you, I've got everything on playlists, and people know when they come. If they're here and they're a reader, they know what videos to click on because I have it on a playlist.
Yep.
So they can go to my reviews where I do a draw with me. It's very similar to what I used to do. So they can go to those. So I try to keep something posted for them. And then I do the live streams and sprints and stuff like that with my AuthorTube friend while I build up in this community and get to know people and learn and all of that good stuff. Try to learn to be a real writer.
Yeah, we have a playlist for every show. And then we have a live streaming, which is everything other than Mabel is on there. And that is the one that Tom tends to play to sleep to. But if anybody else would like us to keep you company for like days, there is a live streaming playlist we do have available that you can we will just keep you company for days and days. It's just hours and hours and hours.
I was going to say, you're getting to the point where it's like Coke Bender territory, where it's somebody like wanting to, like the Quentin Tarantino weekend kind of situation.
We could just pop you on and
go.
Good week's worth of nonstop.
That's right.
It's like, about 60 shows of 2 to 4 hours each.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot, y'all. So there are playlists for days if you would just like us to keep you company, because we would love to keep you company, and be sure to let us know in the comments. Yes. Playlist, keywords, contents to watch after the one video. Yep. Yeah. We do. And that is partly, we link in at the end for the playlist, so you can just keep watching and have a good time. We want to keep you company. And if you are so inclined, if you're new-ish here, maybe click the like button Click the subscribe button, ring the bell, share with a friend, let them know about us. We would love to party together. And of course, if you ever have anybody that you think, oh, this person would be great on your show, please let me know, let them know, so they're not like, who are you? What is that?
That's me. I'm the one who's like, hey, look at this person. Yeah, that's me. Definitely.
Because we are definitely one of those of the more the merrier.
Yes.
You know, this is about community, and honestly, our entire channel is about community building, and it has been absolutely rewarding. So I am so glad you all are here. Would now be a good time to do outros?
I'll do it.
All right.
Who's first?
Me.
Dallas first.
Right. So, thank you very much for having me on today's stream. I enjoyed it very much. My name is Dallas Bruno. I'm a partially blind author, also known as the Ace from Space. I write, as you can tell, primarily science fiction, but I also do poetry and short stories in multiple genres. I am currently taking a short break from YouTube, and whenever I come back, I will be stronger than ever. And if you want to follow me in the here and now and see everything that's happening in real time, you can follow me on Instagram at @DalCecilBruno, also Twitter at @DalCecilBruno. Thank you.
Thank you, doll. Doll's a real doll. Do you know how long I've been waiting for that joke?
Right.
That joke's 7 today. Ha. Who would like to go next? Anybody?
I'll go
I
real
had to do
quick.
it. I had to do that. Sorry.
Hi guys, I am Nia the Vixen of Fiction here on YouTube. You can also find me on Twitch, where I am trying to build my channel over there. And I'm also on Instagram. You can follow me, same name, Vixen of Fiction, on all platforms. Come check me out. I write historical fiction, science fiction, and fantasy. I'm currently working on a comic that I hope to have out really, really soon, and I'm working on my Bella novel.
Woo.
Thank you, doll. Thank you, Nia. I can't talk today. I'm so sorry. I'm running out of words. Laura?
Glory is running out of
Okay.
words. Whoa.
Can I interest anyone? Laura? Barrett?
You
Someone?
want to go first, Mark? Go ahead.
Laura needs to do one because she's published again. Yay!
Are we doing Barrett? Okay.
Go Barrett.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Barrett.
Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Barrett Laurie. I wasn't ready for this. I talk about books and butt stuff. You can come to my channel and I will talk about those things. Butt stuff is Crohn's, videos, books. I want to be a traditionally published author, so I talk about that. We also do live streams. We do a critique group once a month, and I visit with authors about their work and their process. You can find me at Barrett_Laurie at Twitter or Instagram. And that's it. That's all I got.
Thanks, Barrett.
Now to
Laura?
the recently published Laura.
Yes.
You ready, Laura?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Hello, my name is Laura Nettles. I have a channel called Laura Nettles. Surprise, surprise. I have a few stories out in anthologies. I have 7 now out in anthologies. So they're all listed out on my website, lauranettles.com, where I also post some flash fiction, a couple short stories, and now some of my microfictions as well, which I am compiling into a collection of my own. And right now the title is Tiny Shivers, and it should be out in 2022.
That's awesome.
Yay!
Yay.
Oh, and my live stream starts in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
If you want to get words.
Oh yeah, speaking of aesthetics and branding, open up Laura again. No, I mean
Make her big.
again.
Yeah, make her big.
Oh, I was like, open her up where?
Look
Like,
at that. That
I
is-
believe if you just look behind her, you can tell what she writes.
Yeah.
What?
She's got the branding going perfect.
it's a pretty awesome
Yeah.
flex wall, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
Agreed.
it's fantastic. I love it.
Thanks.
Doll? No, we already did doll.
I already
Yes.
did it.
Oh,
It's
can
you and
tell.
Tom. You and
You can
Tom.
tell I'm running low. The the tank is getting at the bottom. Haha.
Mm.
Have you met this one? Nope. We've never seen him before.
No.
I don't know her.
I honestly need to edit this one. Well, it just says, what is it? Tom's Hot Takes? What is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
At Tom's
TOMSHOTTAKES?
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I don't know that that's actually accurate. You don't have a Twitter for Tom's Hot Takes.
People have to work on it, figure it out.
Oh, it's one of those scavenger hunts. So anyway.
I'm running low as well.
Yep. We are not at our best today, but we are here, and we are glad you are here too. Tom has an Instagram account and a Twitter account, and is happy to help anyone with any of their technical difficulties. As well as he is the one with the book reviews because he loves to read, or at least listen to books.
And hopefully I'll get a few more out soon.
Yes.
Awesome.
Really lovely. So definitely think about sending him your manuscripts. All right. I guess it's my turn because it's only fair, and I hate fairness. Hi, I'm Glory. You've wandered onto my channel or my Twitch stream, and I hope you've enjoyed it. And if you have had a good time, we'd love for you to like, subscribe, share, all the goodness. Next week, hold on, pulling out my handy dandy. Next week on the 21st, we will be here on Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern talking about community building. Zara will be here, Nia, Carrie, Barrett, maybe a cat, maybe not. I don't know what's going to happen. Have I forgotten anybody?
Me.
Is that Doll's voice?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me write that. I'm glad I actually said that. I've written it down. And we are going to be talking about community building. There's two important communities for any writer. The readers, the community of your readers, and then there's the community of your fellow writers, because we get by with a little help from our friends. So I hope you will come and join us. It's been wonderful having you. If you happen to have a Twitch account, please consider going over to Twitch and following me there. I'm so close to Twitch affiliate. It's going to be wonderful. Woo-hoo! 15 away. Thank you so much for coming. All right. How is everybody doing? Are we about ready to end broadcast?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, everybody. It's time for the lovely waving people out. Bye-bye.